Hello, hello, early arrivers. How you going, folks? How you going? Good heavens. The Yoga music is amazing. I remember that I have the hideout music player. I remember I have this thing. It's so good. What do I want? Boss fights, encampments. Let's go with some... What is McTool's music like? Hey, Lazarek, thanks for the 88-month sub, mate. Button pressed. Yo, thank you very much. That is a long time. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Hello, folks. Hello. Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. Hi, Wilbell. Hi, Dan. Hey, Nether Mage Liger. Teammate Loken. Commit. Single. Who else is here? Ark. Xander. Big Mac. Hello, folks. Good to see yas. Yeah. Can you explain how the new map system works? I've been on the same quest to find a corrupted spire or something the last 2 days. Yes, I can do that. Hello, folks. Welcome back. Sorry, I've been off the past couple days. I had some appointments and some real life things to attend to and had some pretty tired afternoons, so I did have a little bit of a rest. I have been doing a bit of Endgame. I tried not to do anything too interesting, such that if you look at my map here, I've got like multiple unique maps just sitting here waiting to do, and I'm like, I'll resist the temptation. I'll do them on stream. I just moved up a couple tiers and got myself some basic starter gear, and have been testing my build and figuring out kind of what I'm doing and where I'm going with it. It's been fun. The end game is looking rather interesting. It has been an eventful couple days, hasn't it? We had the rather significant, rather major Q&A with Ziz, Jonathan, and Mark, which was a tough watch at times. It was a tough watch at times, but it was also... It started pretty brutally, but it ended, I think, on a fairly positive note. And I saw like a big turnaround in like the chat, the vibe of chat overall. And I think it's done a lot to help people's optimism towards this league and towards the future of Path of Exile 2. Not that everyone's necessarily happy, especially where like overall like vision for Path of Exile 2 differs from what specific people maybe want. But we've got a lot of answers and insights, and basically a lot of I'm fixing that problem literally right now as we're talking action. So it was pretty good. It was pretty interesting. We have what do we got? We've also got immediately after that a post, well, a bit later that day, a post of upcoming changes, which includes some nice buffs for some of the skills that maybe got a little bit too heavy-handedly nerfed. I've been enjoying my bleed Spearfield action, and yet we get some very nice changes on my build. So bleed will now affect energy shield, so there won't be any more bleed immunity to energy shield, which is really nice playing a bleed build. As it was manageable, but it was a bit annoying. It didn't feel very nice. So now you can apply bleed to energy shield normally. There's a chaos inoculation thing to prevent bleeding. It sounds like then that you'll be able to apply the bleed with the energy shield up, but it'll still bypass energy shield, I think. So that could actually be really good. And also we get a little bit of a buff for parry there. Basically, parry gives you like 50% more damage to them. And now also if you're using an Amazon with the accuracy thing, it will disable their evasion too. So you can go for some big damage after a parry. Rapid Assault's getting a really big buff. Might even want to explore that once this patch comes out. This patch is not out yet, but there has been some patches. Amy and Pillar okay? They're doing well. Amy's very nauseous and unwell, like sick, but you know, the normal sort of pregnancy sick that she gets. So nothing to worry about. Thanks for asking. And then Spearfield duration up, which is not really a big deal, the duration, but the damage growth increased up to 30% more damage at level 20 is pretty spicy. And Herald of Blood not detonating rares or uniques for people using Ritual Sacrifice. Some warrior buffs to the temper weapon thing. It's not quite as much of a meme now, maybe. Armor break being applied to players by monsters no longer has 20% increased extra physical damage modifier. It was only intended to be a buff for players, and they reduced its duration from 4 seconds to 12. So armor buff against players is nowhere near as bad, but we still keep the stronger armor buff. That's pretty cool. And armor break, did I say? Armor break, yeah. Some ranger changes, and there was going to be a support gem for preventing charge use. Oh, it is coming still, but it won't have its damage buff just yet. Delirium's getting 2.5 times duration. Having run a couple delirium maps, it just like ends so quickly. You're just like not moving at the speed that it wanted, so that is very welcome. Crafting for the campaign, adding artificer orbs in fixed locations and runes for attributes. Runes for attributes is kind of a big deal. And they're also updating all runes to apply to wands and staves, which is pretty wild. I asked about this in the Q&A, yeah. So they've done a few, like, it's interesting, like, out of all of this, we've gotten some changes and them to take another fresh look at some things that didn't sound like they were going to change, that they were, like, continuing on with. So some bigger core stuff that was kind of, like, not necessarily directly part of what people were asking for. But that's good stuff. We tried Hammer Crosses and Herald of Blood. I did, but I took it off. I didn't quite like it, especially because my build interacts with bleed on enemies to apply knockback. And I didn't necessarily want to strip those bleeds. When I add more sockets to Herald of Blood, I might try it again. But for now, I think on the first few, like first 3 sockets on it, I don't like Hamo Crystals that much. I know other people have liked it and used it, but I wasn't super impressed with what it did, and I didn't like the stripping of the bleed since I was using that. So it's interesting that there's going to be new spellcaster effects for those runes and soul cores and talismans. Finding rares in endgame, this is my favorite. All of the rares will be visible on the minimap on a fine rare map. just from the outset. I think any map actually. So in the corner, yep. So hopefully no more missing that rare at the start of the map. It was just like hiding somewhere. So if you played Path of Exile 1, there has been a few times where rares were marked on the minimap as part of like a league mechanic. What was it called? When we had to collect organs, what was that called? Anyway, there's been a few times like that, and it was always very much liked, even if you weren't doing the mechanics. Just knowing where the rares were was really good. And we didn't even have to chase down the rares in that game. So it's going to be really nice to have those be a bit more visible. This does feel somewhat like a band-aid until they can find like better ways to get those map completions. Like I've been doing lots of boss maps, and those feel way better. Just doing the boss maps and leaving is amazing. Fixing more zones like Matlan Waterways, making it way smaller. Monster speed, so they're doing a pass to investigate monsters swarming, which is a pretty big deal. It's a pretty fundamental thing. And they banned 300 accounts who were exploiting with Ritual. That's a quick update on the upcoming changes there. So this stuff is happening, like, basically they're planning on releasing stuff almost every day. So expect pretty rapid fire changes. It's pretty amazing. Oh, yes. Yes. Have you tried Empire's Grasp? Not yet. I should try that. Ziggy B. Excuse me, Wilbur? We are indeed. We did announce the coming of our second child soon. Well, in November. New players would be coping that fizz damage buff from enemies. Oh, coping, yeah. Coping and coping. What else? So, some good discussions and stuff out of the podcast, which I'm collating my thoughts and all of the various like problems that have been identified with PoE, and what if any things have been done to address them or are being done to address them, and which things maybe are getting unaddressed. I'm kind of like starting to put together a bit of a list on that. My 0-2 drama recap. So I might speak to that more once I've had more of a chance to collate everything together. But I am curious if there's anything you feel like they are not addressing, or if you did watch the Q&A, there was anything you weren't super happy with. I'm curious. How will parry be useful for pinnacle bosses? They almost never basic attack. I guess we'll have to see on a case-by-case basis for bosses. I have been working in parry on some of the regular bosses, that's for sure. Having practiced it in the campaign, it's like you come up against, what is it, the witch from like the first zone in maps, and I'm just like, well, I know that I can parry a lot of her attacks. So I blast her, and it's like, oh man, I feel like I'm just dumpstering bosses in general, but that just takes it to the next level. Yo, Cody, how you doing, mate? Excessive profanity. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you. Mine's coming in July. Oh, congratulations, buddy. Congratulations. Gonna be a wild year. Yeah. I'm very excited and also very nervous. There's a line in Moana 2, the movie, where her nana says, "You weren't old enough to know what you could lose," in regards to her being more afraid to go out on an adventure the second time around, whereas she wasn't before. And I'm like, man, that line hits hard. I feel like I'm more nervous about having a second child than a first, because now I now I have that hindsight, I guess. It's an interesting little phenomenon there. I am very excited though. And Biosgrass is really fun. I highly recommend it. I have my Smith Spearfield build and it's amazing. I do want to test it. How hard would it be to change my gloves though? It's a little tight. I don't know that Empire's Grasp has any resistances on it. Let's have a gander. It's been a while. It's been a while, Excessive. Cody, mate. It's good to see ya. It's been bloody 8 years since my first. I'm an old man now. Congratulations on your second, mate. That's super exciting. Life per kill, strength, global fizz. There's some nice mods on there, but no resist though. I should definitely grab a pair for testing though. What's the rolls look like here? Okay, so there's a range on all of those. Why is this so zoomed in? Would be awesome if I could make disengage hit an arc in front of you. I believe it does. It is kind of like a whoosh, whoosh, but I think it could stand to be a little broader, a little wider, and maybe have like a little bit of a bias towards parried enemies. I've mostly been fine with it, but I noticed that what I've done that I've noticed other people not doing is like, I put my mouse cursor behind enemies, and I don't know what it's like on a controller. It might be really bad on a controller. So if I parry this guy here, and there's another enemy here, I will target over there, so I'll still hit them, rather than targeting the enemies, or like around here, which causes more issues, I think. But even then, I still miss, so I don't really parry impacts much, anyway. It's only when like something charges out of a pack, like a roller, or one of those roly-polies, or, you know, or when I'm fighting a boss or something. Chance to do it all again, seeing a new little dude grow up, I can't beat it. I feel the same way. Raising Tully and seeing her learn and hearing her come up with unique ideas and the hilarious shit she does has been amazing. One generally issue I perceive is I feel like they need to do a bit more work to make map failure not feel so abrasive. Yeah, that's definitely been a hot issue since the start. It's certainly better now that they've got like, they've changed how the portal system works and everything. But I get what you mean. It's like kick the can down the road. Yeah, exactly. So it's like when you get back to tier 15s and 16s, it's the same sort of thing. And I mean, if you fail like one of those early attempts at a pinnacle boss or something, and you like have to go find them again, that is brutal too. I do like that as a note. I'll put that in here. So this is like punishment for failure in endgame. Yeah. Because you're like really encouraged to experiment and learn throughout the campaign, and then you get to endgame, and like it was a brutal transition. Now it's a smoother transition into that punishment for failure, so that's a lot better. But I still think it is a potential issue. On the same level, but I'm using Blood in the Eyes gem on Spearfield. Feels good to use. I did use that for a while, but I ended up putting it on Herald of Blood for now. I can see with more sockets potentially putting it back on there, but I don't know. Maybe it is really good, and I do wonder if I'd want to swap it around somewhere for single target. I actually wonder if Bloodhound's Mark might be an okay place, depending on how much, because that hits pretty hard now. That's my boop. 10 exalts for Mark skill effect duration, magnitude, crit damage bonus. That's a fairly spicy one for 10x. Ailment threshold as well. I don't really care about Mark duration though. Yeah, I'll leave that. Yeah, current is pretty good. Oh my lord, Spawner. Crazy. Wild. I would change parry to block half of the damage of a slam and still give you the buff. I just love the idea of like parrying like the Titan headbutting you or something. It's like, it's not gonna missile with your tiny little shield. Like you can't hurt me. Look at this little wooden buckler I have. You can't possibly hurt me. Gigantic skeleton who's stomping on my head. Hilarious. I mean, there is that evasion node that makes it work for slams. Maybe there could be an equivalent thing for block. I don't think it's a default, but maybe it's like a keystone or something. I'm booping again. Is this the same one? Okay, why are you booping? Stop that. I wonder if maybe checkpoints added when a league event appears in a map. Yeah, I think they appear when you finish them or something. But some maps that are fine on checkpoints, and there's like plenty of them. And then there's maps that there's literally no checkpoints. So they obviously need to do a pass and figure that out. Yeah, we have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to do, but why don't we try and do it while I'm mapping, eh? I'd like to maybe do that. I have a fun one to kick things off with. How about that? Monsters break some armor. I don't think the nerf for that has gone in yet. I'm wondering if I should try and exalt this. Extra damage is fire. I don't know how dangerous the this map is, so I might leave it at 4 mods. This Untainted Paradise is leading me to a tower. Although, I wonder if I go to the tower first, if that might be better. Because then I can buff the Untainted Paradise, right? That might actually be a better idea. Let's go here in a blooming field then. This area is cleansed. Oh yes, someone wanted an explanation of the corrupted map system. I could probably do a better one as we do one very soon. I've got one over here. But the basics is you need to... So when you start at the middle, you need to look around, and there should be one visible at the start, a corrupted area. So that's these, like, you know, red tentacles. Blah, 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 blah. You want to find one of these area, and in the middle of one of these, roughly, is one of these ones here that say Corrupted Nexus. So they're glowy like this. What you need to do is you need to path there and then go there and defeat the boss that spawns when you kill the last rare or when you kill the map boss. So if there's already a map boss on there, like this symbol, map boss, you'll actually have to kill that map boss first, and then another corrupted boss will spawn. So you kill one of the Scourge corruption bosses. And that then cleanses all remaining maps in the area, turning them into this kind of like gold and sand look. Which the cleansed maps have cleansed monsters in them that are called something or other. They have a weird name. Fetid, I believe? Fetid? Not fetid, like fetid. Fetid. Okay, I literally can't say that word in a way that doesn't sound wrong. I don't know if this is my accent or what, but fetid. F-E-T-T-E-R-E-D. Fetid. As in the opposite of unfetid. Oh god, that doesn't help. Alright. Anyway, those guys don't drop gear, but they do drop more currency in maps and things like fractured orbs and stuff. That can be pretty fun. Can you ask about the possibility of out of combat? That's all I was yelling at my monitor during that talk. They were all sitting there scratching their heads during the Q&A, being like, well, I don't know what we can do that wouldn't, you know, mess with combat. I'm like, out of combat move speed buff. If you're gonna keep these massive zones, give us like a 30% movement speed buff that like ramps in and then ramps out once combat starts. Like, oh my lord, yes. You know, just have you like gathering wind as you're running around. What have I played that? I mean, I guess I played various games that have done something like that. So, days I've been trying to figure it out. You're a treasure of the community. My pleasure, mate. I'm thinking about making a guide on like the new endgame systems soon, because I think they're pretty cool and people maybe haven't really seen them too much yet. Yeah, so you come here and kill this corrupted boss, and that gives you your passive points as well. So you get an item that you use, and that gives you access to your new Atlas passive tree and how you get these unlocks. But yeah, you have to go look for them. So what you do, and this is the next really important part. So you're obviously looking for those corrupted areas, but the way that you find them is you try and travel like outwards and try and hit the towers, because whenever you complete a tower, it reveals a large area, and the towers are really large now, right? So it is Ubisoft tower climbing, revealing side quest gameplay in Path of Exile now. Thankfully not quite the same experience maybe, but that's the idea. You climb the tower and get a look around, and that will reveal kind of your next one. So like I went here, I cleansed this one, I went to that tower, and that revealed there was another one here. So I went there and then I went to this. I actually haven't done that tower. I must have just seen this over here or something. Oh, this tower probably gave me a... Oh, I think I saw this one that was just like a really long path off into a separate section. So I was like, oh, I'll go there, and then I saw it. So if I reveal... My next plan is probably going to be to reveal this mesa here, which will tell me if there's any like corrupted areas over here, which there probably is. But in the meantime, we have some fun stuff to do. Now, did I put this map in? Blooming Field. Already have. All right, let's go. Yeah, and then the other thing is... It'll say on the quests, you click in the top right on the map, it'll say what you have to do. So complete a tier 5 corrupted nexus. So you do a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. you do one at each tier as you progress around. So next time you come across one, you can drop that higher map in. How you doing, folks? How you doing? Hey, Pickle. All right, let's do something. So I have changed up the way my build plays a little bit. I still have Rake for applying those big bleeds, but I'm a bit more of a Spearfield build now, which is really good for dealing with like difficult enemies and spicy maps. I might need that stone charm, yoink. It's become a pretty fun playstyle considering it's melee. Very high mobility and able to deal with lots of different situations. It doesn't have like giga clear speed, but I'm in love with the bossing, and builds that boss really good make me happy. We have an inscribable tomato over here. Not that I really need those. Don't plan on doing those really. Somehow I got the T15 maps before even doing my third corrupted Nexus. I saw a Reddit post, I was reading this Reddit post today, it was like critique of the endgame, and I was like, oh okay, cool, this could be interesting, because I like, so far I've been kind of impressed with what I've seen. I feel like it's much more interesting now. So I read that, but then I was just like, they're like, yeah, they had done the same thing. They were like, farmed 100 tier 15 maps or whatever, and just haven't done any of those quests. So I guess people are probably going to do that, which I don't know, maybe they need better signaling. I mean, the NPC kind of tells you about it, but it's not just them then. Seems like you had a similar issue. Because that's my goal right now, is to like hunt those down, right? That's all I care about. I'm not just gonna randomly kind of proceed through the tiers, but it seems like maybe the new tier system, the new map drop system, is letting people progress faster who have strong builds, and maybe that's causing them some issues in that regard. Gotta get that rearm tech online. Well, I am using the rearm sport gem. I have quality. I have some rearm stuff on the tree. I just don't have like quality boosting, which might be the way you push it further. Hey, Shiny Lurkout, thanks for the 87-month sub, mate. I was going to try that Empire's Grasp, though. We got a boss here. What is this here? That needs to be a throw. We chuck our mark on him. Give him a bleed. They get destroyed by the Spearfields. And I think he's actually already phased, so now we just kind of like latch on to him while he carries us around. I can have a drink in my... Oh, have some soft drink. Have some fizzy water. Give him another one of these. The bleed's already kind of like applied there. I'm pretty sure he's phased again. Bleed you dry. Bossing has been very nice on this build. He's technically got like high damage resistance right now, but I just stunned him anyway. I might just finish him here. Oh, he snuck away. Come back here, little jerk. Hello, is he untargetable? Oh, he became untargetable. That's interesting. I didn't know there was like a hard stop there. It's good fun. It's good fun. Hey Jake, good to see you, mate. I love the bossing on this. So fun. Takes 1 to 2 hours to get to tier 15, which I think is way too fast. Yeah, so it seems like maybe a side effect of their new like map drop system is it does feel like very deterministic progression now, which is great. Like I've always wanted to see more of that. Not like, you're not at the mercy of RNG for your maps, right? But these weird like strange rocky looking monsters are the cleansed monsters. They're not like good things. I think they're just like disconnected remnants of the beast or something. I imagine there'll be some storyline stuff for that in the future. And I can actually leave this map now, which is a thing I love about those boss maps too. Any uniques required for this build? Nope. There's uniques you can use long term, and the stuff I want to test. But I actually put a new planner together for Endgame, and specifically called it like a budget setup because like I was able to. I did a couple upgrades just recently, but I was on like 50x worth of gear and like less than a divine, and it was doing really well. I just upgraded my ring and some jewels since then. I've got a bit more damage and such. I like that you're gated by how powerful you are instead of waiting for the drops. Yes, but an unintended side effect is that the classic player psychology issue of like, if people have access to the hardest thing, they will do it even if they're not ready, and even if they have a bad time doing it. So I don't know if they should fix that or how they should fix it. Whoa, excellent. You're not sure about that one. I've had some subs that I've missed, sorry. Yeah. Goldfish, Shiny Lurker, and Kiwi Gal, thank you very much. Lazaric, button pressed. Hark, appreciate it, folks, thank you. Sorry. Regular Crowbar has it too? Yeah, because he gets like a damage resistance, and but you can still do like a little bit of damage. But I didn't know there was like a hard stop like that. Yeah, it's so I'm not sure if lots of people are gonna have that issue. I don't know, has anyone else had that issue where they just like progressed through the map tiers really quickly but haven't like done any of the quests or anything? I'm like focusing the quests. The way I'm doing it is probably the way they intended, which is I'm moving up a tier every time I defeat a Nexus. Which is pretty like smooth. It's about like 10 maps and then up a tier. 10 maps and up a tier. Works kind of well. Unless you get sidetracked doing things, possibly. Alright, I can get out of here. I don't really need the extra map drop currently. Unless this is the last round. I don't believe so. Hey, you come back here. Oh, rude! Oh, there was probably some of those volatile things there. I can't see a single corrupt tower in my fog. Corrupt tower? You're not looking for corrupt towers, just for the record. I think, like, did that do the thing where because I had fought the boss, now after... Yeah, this is weird. This is like a weird side effect of their new kind of like fail state stuff for maps. If you fight the boss and die, it kind of deletes the rest of the content from the map, which they said that that's to prevent people from doing like weird degenerate stuff that like, so they can farm the map content again and again. I don't really know why it has to reset when you die though, for that to be a problem. I feel like they're creating their own problem there. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but a weird side effect of that is that after you defeat the boss, if you then die, it also still does it. I thought it would only be in the boss. So you generally want to do the strategy where if you got side content like rituals and stuff in your map, do those first. If you find the boss checkpoint, which is the yellow, orange one like this, just tag it, and then when you complete your like last side objective, a checkpoint should drop, and you can checkpoint back to the boss. Is the idea. It doesn't just reset; it spawns an entire new map layout. But why though? Why does it do that? It's something. Is it something that I think it's something to do with group play in bosses? Like they wanted to have a separate kind of fail system for group play or something, maybe, so that everyone is forced to like resurrect together at the same time, so you can't boss rush. I think, so you can't like corpse rush them. It might be something to do with that, maybe. +2 level projectiles, no. Maybe something to do with that one. Increased duration with reduced charges. I should bunch this on mine, really. Mine's probably better. Can't wait to get the rune synergy thing, so I can just dump those runes in my stash without having to like specifically put them in this place. Same for these guys too, these things. T6 map. Whoa. This looks potentially alright. It's missing like life or anything, but that's a very high chaos roll, which is potentially quite valuable at this point. Bad ring base, but we go like chaos, accuracy. These ones are a little bit meh. Maybe like fire damage or something. What about just the chaos res and accuracy? 19. Yeah, I'm gonna put that in my stash tab for a buyout. Start like at 22x or something. Alright, buddy, you can have this. What's your weapon? A spear. I have a spear with some accuracy on it. It's not a very high DPS. This is a 15 exalt spear. I'm on right now a very budget gear set, apart from this ring, which was a little bit more. Like my initial set was all like 5-ish X or something, and then I just replaced this one for like 10x, and this was 15x, and I spent like 10 to 20-ish on some jewels, so that I could get some interesting little things going, like knockback distance, rage on hit jewel, for example. Made the mistake of going rituals first. Any chance I can make this type of build work for it? Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely can. But you will scale a bit differently. You won't do like the accuracy stuff, for example. It's just another thing for you. Where did we go? We were traveling this way so that we could come up to the tower from underneath, wasn't it? That was the plan. Temporal chains! I changed my mind. New Pokemon are so good. I love the new Tame Beast thing. We've got a Quadrilla with all damage shocks plus Shroud Walker. So he TPs to mobs and does an AoE slam and shocks the pack. It's nice. Nice. There's lots of good stuff you can use. I got an empowered invulnerability aura. Gives 5-second invulnerabilities every 10 or so seconds. So it's pretty good. Pretty good. Apparently they're a little bit cracked in party play. So whenever that patch comes out, we'll get the ability to just ignore these energy shield ones, because these energy shield ones I usually have to do like, I have to kind of like 2-cycle them just to break their energy shield first. It's not too bad, but they do take a little bit longer and it's a bit annoying. How much rage on hit would be sufficient to drop rage? Just any one rage. So there's a talisman on gloves that costs like 1 exalt. That's the easiest way. Otherwise, dual modifier is pretty good too. But the talisman on gloves is really good. Actually, I think it was 1 exalt. It wasn't much. If not, it might have been like 5 maybe. I think it was quite cheap. Let's check the currency exchange. Oh yeah, so the other thing is I'm not Stomping Ground build anymore. I don't know if you noticed. No, I got the game sounds down a little bit though because I'm using Spearfield more and it's quite noisy. What's with me playing noisy builds? Yeah, I'm not a Stomping Ground build anymore. Stomping Ground's pretty good, and I know Garatha has gone to like endgame maps with Stomping Ground, going that route, and it does work well. But I am quite partial to what I'm working on here without Stomping Ground. And there's something to be said for like making a build work nicely without that as well. Since that's probably getting nerfed at some point. I don't know why you were delayed on YouTube, especially Zrains. Oh, sometimes YouTube like rewinds me without me realizing. I had that issue before. But the God Talisman would be better used for bleed magnitude instead. It's kind of like not really a big deal which one you go for. If you go for a dual affix, you're kind of like potentially missing out on a bleed magnitude dual slot, like dual affix anyway, and they're about the same, so either. Get rage on a dual or on gloves, and get bleed magnitude on the other one. If you are indeed going the bleed magnitude route, which I kind of still am, but I am wondering if like just using bleed as more of an activator and focusing more on Spearfield damage. The thing is, I don't really feel like there's much opportunity cost for going bleed magnitude except dual affixes. But I did get the bleed magnitude on my gloves just recently, since I picked up a dual. All your 4th ascendancy options look super awkward to me. Yeah, they're not like super amazing. There's some things you can do with them. So you probably just go like the attack speed one for reveal weaknesses, but it's not like particularly good. Love that like little hit and run with Reg. It's so satisfying. Yeah, it's not particularly good. The other route is there's the evasion. Like you ignore your body armor, so you can just pick up like there's a few things you can do with that. You could use like an infernal mantle on your chest and go energy shield scaling, or you can just get like a low evasion chest with other good modifiers. Like this one doesn't have very high evasion. If I had good evasion other gear, I could go Stalking Panther. Asmeri Brew is like okay, but the thing is I already have such powerful leech on this that it's not really necessary. It's kind of weird. If you're Ellie, you go this for sure, but if you're not elemental, then you don't really need this because you're probably a Fizz build. So I don't really know what would want to use that. So I'll probably just go in for the kill. I'm thinking. You get some invincibility aura and it's cracked. Apparently you can run like multiple of them and then have like a party and just have it up all the time. I went for evasion 1, took a B for ES chest and got Ghost Shrouds. Yeah, so I think that's probably that and like Infernal Mantle are maybe 2 of the best choices, but they are gear dependent. And I'm trying to like stick to a relatively budget setup, at least initially. I mean, I guess I've already done that. I can kind of do whatever I want now, but It'd be nice to do some like different tiers of budgeting for the planner that I've put together though. People want to see some like nice progression. I'll take that Arcalcum Spear, thanks. These enemies in this map are quite nasty. The like area denial they get from their lightning crap is pretty intense. Don't sleep on Asmeri Brew. I mean, I don't need mana at all. Like, literally mana is fully solved, which is why I'm single mana leech affix. It's insane how much I don't care about mana. And the mana flasks don't actually heal that much, so like the amount of life I would get from them is meh. And I also have good life leech on top of that, so I don't really need the life healing. If like life and mana flasks did something else, maybe I'd be interested in that, but yeah, they don't, so I don't really need them. So like, I like the idea of that node, but I don't see it having, I haven't seen it having zero impact on this build map. I get some absolutely hilarious knockback procs on this build sometimes. When like you get a chain reaction of knockbacks on your Spearfield and they just go across the screen. It's amazing. I've got like the knockback distance on wind wave as well, which is really fun. Sends them flying. And often into the Spearfields, which then send them flying further. Initially, I was worried about the idea that, like, oh, you know, the knockback's not really going to work on any bigger enemies or bosses and stuff. But then I realized that, like, it's kind of a self-solving problem because Spearfield is just naturally really, really good against any larger targets. So anything that can't get knocked back just instead takes infinite damage, which is a good, you know, solution to the problem. So for anything small, they get knocked around. Anything large just dies. Try the Serpent Spear skill at all? Not really, no. I push this mob back almost full screen, it's great. That's true, that would probably be pretty fun with a knockback. I don't know what skill I would give up for it though. Oops, probably don't jump into that. Any likes recoms? I haven't done any recoms yet. Try to hold off on doing anything too interesting until you folks are here. I've been collecting any like spears I find with good physical affixes, just for potential recombinating. And we'll see if I can give those a go at some point. I don't like how the artifacts are tradable now though, because it means that anytime you want to potentially recombinate something, your economically correct decision is to not and just sell those artifacts to someone else who is doing it on probably a better item. So that you can then, you know, buy the item you want to buy. Which I don't like that has to be the answer. So I think some, like, clever application of some non-tradables here and there can actually be to the player's benefit. It's nice to be able to trade lots of things, but in this case, I kind of like those being untradable. And also, I think the fact that they're tradable is why we have to pick them up manually again as well. Doo-doo-doo, I'll take that. Alright, get me out of here. Artillery Blister knockback is insane. It's like lots and lots of hits, isn't it? Oh yeah. I'd definitely look at Dancing Mirage as well as an option. Dancing Mirage. Don't know if I'm familiar with that one. I was gonna take a look at the Empire's Grasp too, eh? Dancing Mirage, Wayfarer Jacket. Less damage taken if you've not been hit recently. 100% increased evasion if you have been hit recently. Oh yeah, it's a little Kintsugi-esque. It's any less damage taken, so it works for dots too, which is good. It's a pretty low level base now. No life and lowish energy shield evasion. Well, I guess good for the level, but low for endgame. There's a nice modifier though. But the fact that it's really common and cheap means you could probably corrupt for 3 sockets and use it that way. Would probably be the play. It's a good one though. I like it. Dancing Mirage. I'll add a note for that one. Dancing Mirage. Body. Kintsugi. Baby. Baby Kintsugi. I love PoE 2 first season, but got bored at Endgame. Is it worth restarting now? I heard this patch was quite rough early. A lot of the things that were rough really early have been improved a bit already, and there are improvements coming out almost daily at this point. So you could start now, you could wait a couple days. Depends on how like averse you are to running into those issues. Endgame does look a lot more interesting. I think it's only going to get better over the coming days. So by the time you get there, hopefully be even more improvements there for you. I'm waiting on the no bleed with energy shield so bad. Yeah, now anytime I see an energy shield monster, I'm going to be like, oh, soon. Soon. I think the tower's next, is it? Yeah, the tower's next. So we'll want to potentially run a few mods on the tower, because the way the tower works is it gets more modifiers. You can put more tablets in the more modifiers you do. This one is a 5 mod. What is it? Enfeeble, extra cold. It's got its 3 prefixes. This might be... That's not the full set though. You need full 6 mods for this next one here. How many things is this actually affecting? Not actually that many maps. It's mostly just about hitting these ones. Slightly higher chance of hitting them, I suppose. What's on this? Added cold damage? The cold damage is a bit iffy. Now I'll run it just like that, I think. What's changed about Endgame? Honestly, I was just overwhelmed going into a new player and I just didn't click and I'd run out of maps. Well, there was like kind of nothing at Endgame at 0.1 launch. You just progressed through the maps, and then when you got to tier 16 finally, you could like run into some bosses and start collecting some passive points, and then maybe start running into some side mechanic bosses and stuff. It was super top heavy and there was just nothing. Now there's like kind of a quest line / progression system where you move from corrupted area to corrupted area, cleansing them and changing the map. So that's already a lot more like kind of physical and interesting. There's a lot more unique maps and things like that now too. The towers are much more interesting now, and you climb those to like locate your next one. So there's a nice gameplay loop of like, go to a tower, climb it, reveal a corrupted area, go there, cleanse the nexus, maybe like farm a few juicy maps in that area, and then continue. Why you don't play pin boots? I haven't looked at the pin boots yet. What are they called? I could find them in PoEDB maybe. Modifiers. I wanted to do kind of no uniques at all to begin with. Like no uniques budget set initially. Oh, if I go to actual items, boots, they're called bushwhack. Physical damage is pinning, 15 to 25% movement speed, and then just like not much else going on. So pinning now stops them from evading and moving, and counts as a light stun. That is nice. I already have some sources of evasion removal, but that's nice. Another nice extra one to have. Movement speed's like a little low potentially. I think the knockback plus maim that we have going on means that monsters can't really get to us anyway all the time if we don't want them to. That seems like a not bad option though. They're probably pretty cheap, I imagine, from the looks of them. But you can pin with Spearfield, actually. Yeah, I think it's probably a support you can do or something, right? I don't think I've actually looked at that, which I probably should have a look at that. I'm actually using Spearfield for damage, so I don't necessarily want to, like, use all the utility things on there. Alright, we're doing Delirium. Time to go fast. It's really still really hard to click those, I feel. They like improve the hitbox on those. Feels problematic again. Rusted Spike makes pin aggravate. I should check that option, thank you. But still, I've been exploring, there's so many like different support jams and interactions with items and stats and passives and stuff. There's like so many things to explore now, it's crazy. So I appreciate any like heads up for things I've missed. I'll give you a look at my setup after this map as well, actually. We'll go through what I'm running currently and then maybe like explore some other things like pin, for example. See how good an option that feels to me. Shrines are problematic, but I'd misclicking twice. Oh, I'm in a resurgence saving me there. Nasty poke. We're getting pretty far in the delirium now, so they're getting a little gnarly. Yep, just in time. There goes the delirium. Not quite to 5 TS. Alright, you lot. Let's do this thing. I'll take that. Ooh, breach ring. I think they're a lot rarer now. Too many support combos, I think, right now. Tinker is paradise. It's definitely overwhelming. I'm gonna have to have like some improved sorting systems and things like that, I think. Pretty tiny little breach. You doing anoint yet? Yes, I anointed the knockback node. For a little while I was running the knockback distance node, but I looked at just how many points I was spending to get the knockback node, and I thought I'll anoint that and spend those points elsewhere, which I think is probably a bit better overall. And then I also realized you can get knockback distance on jewels anyway, so that's kind of maybe working out a little better. Still exploring what other things I can do with the knockback, but I kind of like it though. It feels good. You can play really safely with it, just like push these guys away constantly. Whoa, not that one though. Like, this guy can't get to me, right? I find it quite entertaining. Shrine should be automatically grab if you get close enough to them. They could do that, they could do it on kills, or they could just make the click box much easier. It's just like weirdly so hard to click them, and I think like maybe attack on left click is causing some issues too. Oh, Rog! I finally met Rog. Immune to fizz damage? Better not take that one, eh? Do-do-do-do. Hi, Roggy. Watch out for spiders. Rarity of excavated, quantity of artifacts. Well, monster hits always crit or increase critical hit chance. Let's go ahead and just come all the way down here so I can get these two. And then back up through here. Grab those gold chesties. Those crits are going to be a little spicy. Gonna be a little careful against these ones, I think. Pretty sure there's things that look like they're blowing up. They are actually explosions? Okay. What's actually causing that? Pretty wild. Woo! Quite the battle. Good thing I'm in entire like phalanx formation by myself, right? Good thing. Good heavens. Oops. Excavated chest. Also, why do I need to manually open these again? Why don't they just open when you kill the last monster or something?
Now for the reward.
Sorry, I've definitely missed some stuff in chat while I'm paying attention. Debated the glove enchant is rage on melee hit. Ah, yep. I'm pretty sure rage is supposed to be kind of like a melee exclusive thing. I get. Can you generate rage with like a weapon swap set off though, and then swap back? Might be able to. Forget manually open. Why do they have collision? You're running into them as well. Yes. I'm very sad whenever I do one of these towers and I don't have a boss, because the boss is really cool. But yeah, they can have bosses now, and the bosses are fun. Is this one spirit skill that creates a copy of yourself after a dodge roll? Nothing for you? I see you have spirit left. I don't really use dodge roll that much, to be honest. I have one spirit. I don't really have spirit left. If you saw some spirit at some point... No, actually, I don't know why you'd be seeing spirits. I've only got one spirit left. I'm using it all. And yeah, I mostly disengage, which is faster and better than dodge roll. And I don't really use dodge roll too much. Dodge roll is like backup emergency if something goes wrong. I dodge roll.
Of course.
What is high thorns, I wonder? Because I know some people are doing thorns builds. So it's tier 4, it's probably not that high. I've found not much else. Fizz damage rolls a bit low. I suspect that's probably a bit too low for anything. Don't know if people like trying to recombinate those or whatnot. Dash, dash, dash. We're now having lots of success with Spearfield and reverse knockback. It feels like Hoover Cyclone. I will give that. I'll mess around with that as well. We'll have a little tinker with that one in a moment here. Let me do my tablets before I forget though. So I probably want to put on... I don't know if you need to put bosses on the unique maps. I think they already have their own bosses, so probably not. It seems like area level would be good. So I'll do an irradiated one. And I suppose you can probably put the other mechanics on them too, huh? I guess like ritual would be pretty good for XP. Try that. You must have a chance to contain rogue exiles. Woo! Not too fast about what I actually put in here. So this, it also increases the number of maps they affect based on the tier of the map you put in there. So like the tier of the map affects how many maps they affect, and how many tablets you get to do is based on how many modifiers you put in on that map. So you could do like a tier 1 map with 6 mods and get an easy 3 sockets, but it won't affect as many maps. But if there's not that many maps in the radius anyway, then you could totally do that. It didn't actually tag either of these. I don't know if they're untaggable or if I just got unlucky. Bummer. Bummer. Where'd you get this dog? This what is it called? Chimeral, I think it is. The actual base mob itself is like nothing. I wouldn't worry about it. It does effectively nothing. It just has default attacks. That's all it does. The only thing that matters is that it's got a physical aura and all damage shocks. So it applies shock and physical damage boost to me, which is nice. Gripshot, thanks for the 106-month sub, mate. You know they fixed all the CPU crashes. I can barely play since launch because of that constant crash issue. They've been fixing a ton of crashes because they've been trying to like track down this one NVIDIA crash, and in the process of doing that, they ended up solving like a bunch of other ones. Whether your specific crash is fixed or not, I don't know. You'll have to give it a try and see, I guess. What was the pin support one then? Let's have a look at that. Didn't think to look for pin. I was going to originally, but I forgot about it. Lockdown. Supported skills do not cause stun build-up. Physical damage from supported skills is pinning instead. Yeah. The problem is more just that it eats the gem socket. And, I mean, we get pretty good stun build-up anyway without Spearfield, so we could just, I mean, I am mostly stunning pretty well with it. I don't know if there's some other payoff things for pin. Oh yeah, supported skills aggravate bleeding enemies. If you were just using Spearfield for utility, you just like use Rage and Pin and Rusted Spikes, yeah, you'd totally do that and just get those buffs. Blood in the eyes, that sort of thing. So you could totally do that. But I'm actually using it for damage. It does lots of damage. It still does pretty good damage even without supports though, to be honest. But I want to go a bit better than that even. One tower pretty much juices every map it touches if you put T15 in. Yeah, I really like the tower changes. I think the whole system is unrecognizable from before. It works way better. You get like overlap incidentally, but I don't feel like this would be a spot where maybe you'd be a little bit tactical about what you did, because you'd get quite a few overlaps potentially. But I don't know, it definitely feels a lot better for sure. Yo, Carrie Joseph for the baby. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the tip. It was very kind of you. For the baby. The Dueling Witches fight is super cool. I haven't seen that one yet. I was very impressed with the... I don't know if I just like didn't end up finding it before, if they changed it. It was like one of the mountain towers. It was like really cool. It was... maybe it was Bluff? Maybe not. What was it? Sinking Spire? No, not that one. I think maybe it was Bluff. It was super cool. Very cool map. They got a Mesa up there as well. So I use it, charge generation with Combat Frenzy? Absolutely, yeah. Is Druid in the game? Not yet, no. Druid is... There's a fair chance Druid's the next one, unless they run into some problems with it. I imagine Druid's a bit complicated with the shape-shifting. Avoid bigger base mobs if you can. They get stuck on doors. Oh, yeah. I mean, they do leash, but that could just be a little bit annoying in indoor maps, eh? Alright, when we get back, I'm going to take a short break. We'll do Untainted Paradise. Actually, can't do the Feral Megaliths yet. I'll have to come back for that one, because you need to be tier 11 for it, it says. Has to be at least a tier 11 map for that one. Megaliths one. I think that was the one where you fight a bunch of bosses in sequence, based on the Stonehenge arrangement. I think that's what it was. Untainted could be fun. Maybe I'll drop a tier 6 in there and get myself some XP. And then I've got a Corrupted Nexus to do as well. Might do the tower first, so that we can maybe juice the Nexus a bit. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. See you very soon. We change the tunes. Hello, hello, welcome back. You can absolutely... let me wait a second before I answer in case you got an ad. One moment. I realize I jumped the gun slightly. The question was, someone was asking if there's like a build to super face roll the campaign because they really want to try endgame, but I have a hard time getting through the campaign. And my advice is less about a specific build. I think there are some builds that are pretty strong for the campaign. Maybe chat knows some, but my advice actually is if you're playing Trade League, just with the first like 2 or 3 exalts you find, which you do find exalts in the campaign, right? Like you find like 10 to 20-ish, but it's not unusual to find at least a couple in Act 1. With 1 or 2 exalts, you can buy like a leveling unique or 2 that will actually just make the game face roll. So let's say you go, what I'm playing, bleed spears, using, especially if you go Stomping Grounds, Exclamation Monk build has that, or in the description on YouTube. If you go Stomping Grounds, you just buy like, there's a strength belt that gives you 50 strength. You buy that, you would just murder everything. What is it? What is that one called? Let me check before I recommend that one specifically. What was that one called? Meginauds? Is Meginauds cheap? Okay, so Meginauds is 3 exalts. Perfect example. It's got like 40 to 50 strength, and it's otherwise a pretty good leveling item. That gives you like 100 life right off the bat, and is equipable from like level 1. But let's say you get your first 2 exalts like halfway through the Act 1. You will do more damage with just off of this one item than almost any weapon you can find. So that's 50 added strength plus strength bones on the tree. You'll have like 200 flat fizz probably at the high end, so maybe like 150 to 200 flat fizz, something like that. Where's the Tainted Paradise map where mobs sap a percentage of your XP to drop more rare items? Ah, reverse tainted. I see. So that's an example, but there are many items like that. But there is a helmet that's similar that has strength 2 that you can do with the same build. What is the helmet called? Strength gives damage. For Stomping Grounds, it does, yeah. Stomping Grounds damage, the support gem for Stomping Grounds. That's in the leveling build that I did for this one. Oh, I've got it over here, I think now. Does 100 to 150% of your strength as physical damage. So if you have like 100 strength in Act 1, which is pretty easy to do, especially with an item like that, is 100 to 150 flat physical damage, which is like, I'll just say, that's like how much my spear does at the bottom end, right? At endgame, so it's pretty significant. Horns of Bindon, that's the one, yeah. Horns of Bindon gives rage and 30 strength, which is insane as well. So you can get Horns of Bindon, I'm pretty sure that's cheap as well. So you buy these 2 items and like, even if you're not doing Stomping Grounds, but you should do Stomping Grounds with it. That's just one example though, but you can find stuff like this for almost any build. This one's 1 exalt, so like first exalt drop you get, instead of just slamming on an item, which is like how they want you to use them and how I wish, you know, it made sense to use them. If you're playing in trade though, you're just way better off buying one of these. This is 30% more damage, and there's another 25 flat. It's kind of a big deal. I have no idea how hard this map is, but let's try a, I'll go this pack size one maybe. Let's see if I can't make it a bit juicier. Increased experience gain. Well, extra damage is light. Quantity and rarity. And I might leave it there, since the next one's not going to make it any easier. Let's go. I haven't actually done this one yet. Untainted Paradise. Ooh! Wonder how similar it is to Path of Exile 1, Untainted Paradise. 2 portals, just in case, just in case something goes wrong. 297% increased experience gain. Nice. I think they buffed this a bit too. Hey, Siphon. How you doing, mate? Let's burn some points. Alright. So the thing about Untainted Paradise is it's a classic Path of Exile 1 map. The monsters don't drop any items. There's just a ton of beasts in here, and they give a lot more XP than usual. So it was good for power leveling before, and let me move myself off the XP bar. I can see my XP bar moving though, which is pretty good. I'm level 77, so not super high, but leveling's pretty slow in the 70s through 90s in this game. See you, buddy. You know, this would be a pretty good place to tame some beasts, though. Do I have a gem handy? I can go get one. If I see a particularly good beast, that might have been a good one, actually, but they're all beasts, so you know that there's a chance, yeah. There's a map modifier that does one extra rare modifier on it, run rare monsters. That must be really good for, like, getting the best possible beast. I assume they can have 5. I guess it'll at least guarantee 4. There's one around here somewhere, right? Yeah. Unleashes ice, energy shield, fire explosions. Yeah. Another one in there. Alright, little buddy. Cute map. Empowering volatile plants. Gives you added chaos damage. Gotta be careful of those volatiles though, they're a bit dangerous. Whee! I'm used to seeing these cool crabs shooting icicles. I wonder if that's like unique to here? There's some unique mobs in here maybe? That's something that was about like some turtle monsters or something in here. I wonder how bad a devourer would be. The fact that they don't like walk around would probably make them pretty bad pet. Whoa! The ice barrage is there. There's some more res in there, but is that a fizz already there? I don't really like the cold explosion ones though. They trick me. Always poison's crit resistant. Looking for tameable beasts while I'm here. Damn, my cat just did some damage to him. The only one that makes unique builds. Who's the go-to for unique build making these days? Honestly, Mathel does a really good job of like kind of paving the way as far as a lot of builds are concerned. He tends to make not super memey builds, but does things that are a bit more oriented around doing lots of damage. But I don't know, he mixes it up a lot these days too. I think he's playing a Thorns build at the moment. That's kind of Mathel's main thing, is just that he like does a new build every week. So he's often got something to check out. You do have to compete against the Mathel effect though. His non-meta builds become meta as they level. Good XP. Powerful minions, extra energy shield, volatile crack. Yeah, these little guys die so quickly as well, they have no HP. I got one with an immunity aura, it was just kind of dying from everything. See you, buddies. I was going to get this on weapon set 1. The fastest incision stacks. That gives me an extra weapon set 2 passive. I was gonna give you a looky at the build, what I'm doing now. I'll do that afterwards. What's some other utility I could do? Mark durations, no. I've just got like a mark set up on weapon swap, basically. Got unsight and things like that here. Sling potency of debuffs. What can we do there? Is there some armor break stuff? No. It's just this one, which I already have. Not sure where to put that in this one. Melee damage. Yeah, I don't know for this one. I have all the mark cluster here. I do. Have to find some more stuff. Yeah, have some global accuracy. Because why not? You tried the Royal Ziggy? I can't use it on this build. It doesn't work with melee attacks. Only works with spear throws and bow attacks. And sadly not crossbows. So I wonder if there's a boss on this map, or if you like, it says kill all rare monsters, so I guess not. what if you can put a boss on there then? Maybe you can. Maybe you can with the. I figured it would already have one, but maybe not. More than 50 remain. Must be a lot hidden in the middle here. Whoa! Remember how they made changes so that mobs wouldn't all do their attack at the same time, firing squad style like that? Those crabs could stand to read the rules about that whole thing. I don't think they got that memo. Temporal bubble, stun resistant, always bleeds. A good temporal bubble one could be nice. Oh, there was something in there, I don't think it's dead now. Oh! Quit your barraging. Nice, mobility is good though, helps. And did you stream anytime soon? Yep. Yep. I'll be doing a commander game tomorrow evening after PoE. And on Sunday evening, I'll be doing some arena. So I was a bit worried that those days were coming to a close, but a new team picked up organizing the Magic Commander games and such. So we're still getting together to do it. Myself, Ruby, Panda, and Pig, the Aussie Commander crew. We're doing some more Commander games, which I'm very happy about. I was a bit worried that we'd done our last one last time. Change of management, but we still get to do it. Whoop, whoop. Where'd you go? There's a proximity shield devourer. What do you got? I can't see you because your minion's in the way. Oh, he's dead. Oh well. More than 50 remain? How? Must be like a pack of crabs hiding in here somewhere. Crabs? Hello? Did I kill all the rares? I haven't even killed all the rares. Huh? Oh, there's like a section at the start. Backtracking. Should I add Commander to Arena? Yeah, I like Brawl a lot. It works pretty well. But if they manage to make that engine work for party, like group play, not just 1v1, oh, amazing. That would be so good. I think they have to kind of like redo the entire engine to make that work though. Kind of has to be designed with that from the outset. I'm not sure which my commander is this time though. The alchemy drops in the last hour. I guess my lucky day. It is your lucky day. You're lucky to get 3 in the entire campaign. They're pretty, the alchs are pretty rare. The devs were even saying that in the Q&A. They were just like, yeah, alchs are just rare. I don't want them to be rare. I feel like alchs could be less rare. I don't know if alchs being rare is super necessary. Well, they do want you to kind of maybe have like a mixture of magic and rare items through the campaign. But I'm not like super against that necessarily, if the magic items still feel impactful, which a good number of them can. Who's your favorite commander? I have like one of every vampire commander. I've got a type clearly. But I also liked the I liked, what is it, it was the 5-color bridge, it was like Norse mythos. What was it called? And on the flip side was the actual like legendary creature. On the other side it was the bridge. What was that one called? I quite like that in Brawl. The World Tree? I think that's the one, yeah. The Prismatic Bridge, yes. I think it was Prismatic Bridge. Which I know was like somewhat disliked by some people. Oh, another Prismatic Bridge build. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Did you get any new MTG? Yeah, we were just saying Commander tomorrow evening. And, oh yeah, that's right, we get a book now from these guys. Whoa! So we get extra skill points, 2 extra skill points for doing each of these. Atlas skill points, to be clear. I've gone the shrine stuff initially while leveling, because I like shrine buffs, what can I say? Although they're annoying to click on. I guess strong boxes might be a little better now than they were. I think I might end up swapping over to like wisps to test them out. So I learned mechanically the wisps. This is like, unless you read the tooltip, you might miss this. They scale based on how many of the wisped enchanted monsters you kill on the way to the rare, which does mean you can pull monsters to them, and it does mean you should like try and get them to tag extra things and not kill them until they've tagged them. And it makes a big difference. If you just sometimes you just kill them, they drop like nothing extra as far as you can tell. But then other times, like you run them through like half the map and they empower hundreds of stuff, and then they drop heaps of loot. Yeah, I haven't looked too closely at the Tarkia stuff yet. I'm unspoiled currently. I don't even know what deck they sent me actually. I mean, I have a package here. I haven't opened it. Ooh. Oh, nice. I think this is what I was going to play on Arena. Sultai. Here's my commander deck for tomorrow evening. Sultai. Yes, there was a change in the team handling the organizing, but we ended up continuing the Magic the Gathering stuff, so that's good. I was worried it was ending. The draft's been really interesting. That's good to hear. Have you had a look at the last Epoch stuff yet? Not yet, actually. Not really. I'm rather out of date on the last Epoch stuff. I've been talking builds a little bit with Dread, but I haven't looked at the actual features yet. I should probably watch the trailer for that soon today, huh? Also, I've got some mystery boxes to open at some point. Ba 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 ba. So I can't do this one until we get a tier 11 map. I have to remember to come back. I'm looking forward to that bookmarking feature, huh? I'm gonna put a bookmark here. We've got a tower here I want to do as well, which if we just chuck a Regal on, we get, that's kind of a slow map. Ugh. We get 2 of 3, which is probably the easiest thing to do while you're just progressing. They added a thing to let you pick one affix for legendary potential crafting, which is so nice. Pick one affix for legendary potential crafting, so you can guarantee it chooses one. That's very powerful. Power creeping. I think I missed a step. How do I turn strength into damage for leveling? Yeah, stomping ground support on a skill that on a travel skill. So rake is really nice on spears, for example. There are plenty of other skills you can use it on though. You need to come up here at all. I think this like cuts through the middle of the map, doesn't it? Shield charge is nice with it too, even with the cooldown. Yeah, I mean, like, the cooldown triggers, but I mean, you've already killed everyone. What's the problem? Well, you know, you alternate between that and Leap Slam. Leap Slam, Bone Shatter, Shield Charge. Oh yeah. But I guess you can use Shield Charge on your spear, right? Or on other theoretical melee weapons that don't exist yet. Designed to let you upgrade from 1 LP legendary to 2 LP at legendary. Yeah, so that you like, if you've captured that key stat that you need, you can now ensure that and then take a gamble on the next one. Yeah, that sounds like a nice progression. I wonder what the costs are. Is it like a new dungeon for it or something? This was like the quickest layout of this map ever. What? Okay. Fun by me. Done. No time. No wasting time. Love it. Tower ascended. Ubisoft credits earned. I used to be an expert in Last Epoch. Yeah, me too. Me too. Pre-launch and launch, I kind of knew everything, but I feel like I'm probably a bit behind now. I'll have to do some catching up. Let's get some tablets. I have a boss one here. And another boss one. Maybe want to jump some expeditions on there too. Or let's see what's here first. Oh, cool. The next one is already in range. Perfect. It's actually really close. Oh, and a unique map. The Pharaoh Megaliths again. there's a corrupted Pharaoh Megalith. So I could do it corrupted, or I could cleanse it and then do it non-corrupted, which we're probably going to cleanse it because I want that progression, right? That's good. We've got our next one lined up. I don't see any corruption over there. Yep. Probably a bit further away, eh? Alright then. Make you guys in there. Bam, bam. I got Expedition on there. And Expedition on this one too. Alright. So we just need to head into the deserted map here. Or, oh no, I can go straight in. But you do need 4 modifier maps at least, so you're expected to do at least Regal and do that. Or, if you don't have any Regals like me, we can do another thing. I can check if I have rare tier 4s. I do not have sufficient rare tier 4s, alright. And Alk it is then, which should give us 4 modifiers. Rarity, pack size, additional projectiles. Additional projectiles is a little iffy. Let's try another one. Less cursor. That's easy. That's an easy one. Bam. Savannah. Excuse me, I don't care about shrines. Get out of here. Same dungeon, but you have to do at least tier 2, I think. Wait. Oh, right, gotcha. That makes sense. It'll be part of that same dungeon, since it's based on that dungeon's mechanic. I hope they've done an overhaul of the time travel dungeon, because those dungeons were great ideas, and the reward structure is really good. The actual process of running them was like pretty mind-numbing. So I hope they've improved that. They felt like very kind of like placeholdery. So I'm assuming they intended to work on that. There's a shrine over here for us. We have to kill the rare monsters to summon the boss on this one. If there is a boss, you get the boss summoned automatically. So this is the Nexus map here. Oh, double shrine effect and increased duration. Yo, my new nodes. Replenishing and resistance. Nice. Go around. Alright, jump back. Take that prismatic ring, thank you. Make sure I didn't miss a ray here. Looks good. Using a new consumable, you can completely skip running them and jump right to the boss. I mean, as a player, I like that, but as like someone who's thinking about like the design of the game, I'm thinking, I don't know if I like that solution. Wouldn't the better solution be to make the dungeon actually good? Rather than just being like, the dungeon's bad, so yeah, we'll give you a way to skip it. I assume it's some sort of a limited thing that you can do to kind of like, after you've already been running it a bunch, you can have those to, you know, help you with your farming runs, your farming of the crafts or whatever. How can go? I can go to the vision. Here's my tier 6 corrupted zone. Still haven't encountered a single rogue exile. I haven't had one in maps yet either, I don't believe. Oh no, I think I had one. But yeah, I had so many when I started Crawl, and then not much since then. I think this is literally just a case because they're like 1 in 12 maps, right? That's the number they gave us. So 1 in 12 maps means that the expected variance is probably really high, right? Like 1 in 12 maps on average means that you could easily go 20 maps without getting one. And 20 maps is honestly a pretty long time. I do think they could stand to be more common than that. Edra, thanks for the 51-month sub, mate. Ziggy plant farming, you say? Temporal bubble. You're not a beast anyway. Give me my jade amulet. Love those bleeds, so juicy. I'm a fan of the bleed build. Artifacts over here. Quantity. Rarity. Quantity. Extra chaos damage. Oof. Monsters are immune to chaos damage. That's pretty fine. Where's all the actual monsters though? some there. Yeah, pretty bad layout.
Let's see what shakes loose. Just from below.
Blow them up and see what shakes loose. Yeah, artifacts. Oh, please. You go to college? What'd you major with? Yeah, I went to university here in Australia. I did business marketing management, but by the end, kind of didn't care anymore. So I didn't get my last unit. I needed one more unit, which is just literally one class, to get my second major, which was the marketing one, which I just didn't bother. I was like, nah, I don't care at this point. Which I probably have in more recent years come to learn that that was very likely related to my unmedicated ADHD, but as much of my university experience was. Had the classic, you know, oh he's so smart and gifted, but he doesn't apply himself in high school. Last minute crunching, get A's, get to university, haven't built the skills to study properly. You know, the classic pipeline. I'm gonna be a YouTube star, pretty much. I had started writing and making other content, but really it was actually less that. I wasn't like doing successful content creation at that point. Very much the opposite. I was just, I just didn't have any brain for it. I was done mentally. So I technically got the piece of paper, but I've looked at it maybe once since then. Derail stream time? Mate, there's so many ways we can derail stream time right now. We can talk about the upcoming changes and Q&A. We can do mystery boxes. I can look at the Bannerlord trailer. I can look at the Last Epoch trailer. Mate, there's so many ways to derail. I actually do want to do some endgame today though. Evil Knievel, thanks for the sub, mate. And Ed Dryer as well. Appreciate you. What are the chances you need to understand business marketing for your future career? In the end, running a business and marketing are obviously very important parts of what I do, but not at all the sort of thing that I learned at university. Very non-applicable to what I do. Everything about doing Twitch streaming and stuff like that is on YouTube is kind of a self-taught experimental thing, I think. I guess now, not so much these days, but when I started. Nowadays, it's, I guess, a bit more documented and understood, somewhat. But there's also way more competition, so good luck with that one. This is Busted, just unlocked the Ritual Boss in Freethon. Thanks for the tips. My pleasure, mate. There you go. Enjoy your leveling process. Enjoy blasting. Just keep trying to stack as much strength as you can. Did I do this wrong? Whoops. There we go. The Bannerlord trailer is hype. We have to temper our expectations somewhat because those devs have not exactly delivered the full potential of what I had hoped they would. They've kept going though. To give them, I gotta give them credit. They kept going. It might just be like a real slow burner like the original Mountain Blade games were. Those games took a long time to kind of, and then community efforts to get where they wanted. They might be doing the most they can with the budget they have. Whoa. No squishing me, please, Skellington. Hey, Brack. Welcome back, mate. Good to see you. So how does the current build differ from previous one? Well, we're at endgame now, so we've progressed and I've unlocked new technologies and refined things and changed things up. While leveling, I was primarily a Stomping Ground build. I'm not even using Stomping Ground anymore. I technically have it linked to Thunderous Sleep, which is just like, it does 2 pulses when I take off, which it knocks enemies, so if there's enemies near me, it like knocks them back and hurts them. It's just a tiny little support, it's not really doing anything now. So Rake is built for full bleed, and then Spearfield is built for lots of damage, scaling, and knockback shenanigans. So almost more of a Spearfield build at this point. It's just that Rake is like a really good bleed applicator, so Use it for single targets, so you drop a big bleed on them and then spam rake. Though Spearfield will just outright kill any larger bosses really quickly. Or any enemies that like to move around as well. We got this rare and then one more after this. Oh, there's a shrine there. And yeah, I've like refined a lot of our setup stuff. I was going to take you through my setup. I'll do it after this map. I promise I won't forget again. I promise I won't forget again. Here comes the boss. Dead. Like I said, pretty good at killing bosses. And this is on a 15 exalt spear. Wait, I literally missed it. Sorry. I tried to give you the heads up for that reason. Tried to give you a warning. Yep. Alright, looks good. Looks good. Oh, no, was that even help with that? I think I'm using brutality, so the added elemental damage might help a little bit, but not that much. Spearfield just like has massive burst potential. And it's getting buffed, by the way. They announced they're giving it like a 30% damage buff. So, pretty good. Pretty good. Now we'll need to move to tier 6s now. There's my new passive points. What was the rage? Horns of Bindon is the rage helmet. Horns of Bindon. Increased chance for shrines. Packs around shrines of magic. Shrines and strong boxes. Additional effects on shrines. And strong box open all twice. I guess I'll come down this way for now. Or I could go get... You know, there's a bunch of unique strong boxes. I might get this, see if we can see a few more of them. Higher value thefts. Spirit Int, Lightning Bleed. It's not a bad suite of suffixes. Could be worth an Exalt Gamba. 141 Fizz, that's a tier 6 Fizz roll. We'll put that in the... Sorry, this is my recombinating stash tab, which often they sell because people are buying them for recombinating. Leech, 122 mana, don't care about that. Spirit, nothing. Armor and weapon swap speed, nah. Oh, what do you got? +2 melee skills, cast speed, spell damage. It's all over the place. Maybe it goes in the recombinating tab to recombinate the +2 melee or something. Alright, Exalt Slam this chest, because I like to gamble. Bad. Pretty bad. Yeah. Pretty bad. It's often the way, isn't it? You can come over here. Alright. Alright, I'll give you a quick rundown on the things before I forget. So, here's what I'm running now, as I've changed things up a bit. I guess there is the build command. Rake is currently running Heft, Close Combat, and Deep Cuts, which is Bleed Magnitude, and Heavy Swing. So this is just all about doing the biggest possible bleed. You can still use it to clear when the enemies are kind of like spaced around. If they're like scattered around, you can zip between them. Otherwise, I use it for single target, or if there's like a really nasty pack that's not going down super fast, I'll rake in, go back, and then go back to Spearfields. Spearfield's the other main skill. That's currently got Incision, Bullseye. Because I realize that we're often hitting enemies at longer ranges, that's a big accuracy boost, which means more crit. On the Amazon, accuracy becomes crit thing. And Rearm, which is a chance for them to rearm after they're triggered. It only works when they're actually triggered, so if an enemy blows it up, it has a chance to come back up. So you get those spears replaced. It's hard to judge how good it is. In theory, it's really good. But also, if you're kind of spamming, then like you're overriding them anyway. So I don't know if they like rearm if you... Let's say if I do 1, 2, 3, the first one disappears, mostly. Some of them are left. So I'm wondering if one has been detonated and rearms, whether that gets cancelled if I do like the third cast. But there's tech for bossing. So this is, I'm not using the bossing setup. This is the like AoE clear setup, basically. I'm using martial tempo. You can kind of also use, I think it's reach, which is AoE, or I guess magnified effect. Those work pretty well too. So this is kind of like, yeah, the clearing setup right now, but you can change it to concentrated effect and bloodlust, which stops it from applying bleed. But the problem is, while clearing, it's really nice for it to apply bleed because that makes the enemies bleeding, and then they detonate with Herald of Blood, causing explosions. And also, if they're bleeding, I have a chance to knock them back, thanks to the node, which I've now anointed Staggering Wounds, 50% chance to knock back at bleeding enemies. So the idea is like the first one hits them and then the second one hits them and they're bleeding and it knocks them back into another spear, which then hits them and knocks them into another spear. Sometimes you hit an enemy here and they go all the way back out like that. And Spearfield, obviously, like all of these things can hit the same target. If a boss jumps in, they just get obliterated. A lot of, you know, if you've ever tried to use Leap Slam through like dangerous things, you'll know that you die. So if I do that, even though I'm up in the air, I still get hit by everything. It's not quite, disengage and dodge roll are a bit different, but Leap Slam's like that. A lot of boss movement skills are like Leap Slam. So what happens is if you have a bunch of Spearfields and the boss leaps through, well, they die. The most hilarious one's the big skeleton guy that comes up out of the ground, because he does like a slam attack like that where he actually drops his body down, and I'll just put the Spearfields down and wait for him to slam and he dies. He just explodes. It's amazing. But what makes this even spicier is, let's say like this pole is an enemy, right? I'm spam casting and the enemy's like deleting all the ones that are hitting it, and then what happens is you get a ton of spears clustered right here, and then the enemy moves into that and they take, you know, like 20-30 spears all at once. So I do think that Empire's Grasp might have some meme potential with this. I should try and get one. Let's go like 18 global fears. Life per enemy killed 40-ish. Strength 26. Armor. Armor doesn't matter too much on this. Okay, that's still really cheap. So I can maybe push up the strength a bit. Fizz up to 19 maybe. 19 fizz. Alright. Looks fine to me. Let's try and get one of these. Bannerlord trailer? Yep, there's many things I can get distracted by. Like, for example, I was supposed to be going through my build and I got distracted by buying one of those. Bloodhound Marks is fantastic. It causes blood loss or bleeding to cause stun. It's insanely powerful. As soon as you tap, if they've got a big bleed on, you put it on, they get stunned almost immediately. And then it causes an explosion, which aggravates the bleed. Does more damage to armor broken enemies, and causes armor break on them as well. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Sometimes it just obliterates things. I quite like it. Bloodhunt is a finishing move. It's a stab that does an explosion of damage based on how much they have bled. You use it in like the last 30% of their health to finish them off. That's pretty much it. Companion's a Fizz Aura one. I figured out a solution for the companion. You may, if you watched it the other day, you notice I was getting annoyed that my companion was consuming incision, which meant I couldn't do the incision stacking for like boss DPS. Not that I haven't needed to so far, but it would be good for pinnacles. Malady. Malady, I didn't think it would work, but I tested. It seems to be working. So it makes base bleed chance instead apply to poison. So they poison instead of bleeding. So that solves the problem. They don't consume the incisions. Incision has a chance to cause a bleed. But any bleed caused when an enemy is incised, deletes the incisions, right? It consumes them. And the problem is I've got this 1000 cuts node, which is 2% increased fizz damage taken per incision. So when we've got 10 incision stacks, the enemy takes 20% increased damage. Which is very good for bleed, and also the hits. While I'm clearing right now, it's just going kind of like 2 to 4 incision stacks and then clearing with Spearfield. But it's also like helping Spearfield apply bleed, so it's nice. But yes, when we come to pinnacles, what we'll do is we'll take Bloodlust off here, put it on maybe We probably wouldn't need Bullseye. So we just swap those around like that, maybe. And then Spearfield will maintain 10 incision stacks permanently. God, I wish there was a testing dummy in this game. A testing dummy would be so good for demonstrating and testing things like this. Just something that stands still that you can hit that has infinite health, right? I can just be like, oh good, look, 10 incision stacks, it works. Oh look, my companion's attacking it. It's not removing it. Herald of Blood's linked to AoE, Blind, and Blood in the Eyes. That hobbles enemies, lowering their evasion. That blinds them, which also lowers their evasion. Makes them harder to hit you. Magnified Effect hits more enemies. Really nice utility. I stopped using Hemo Crystals because it clears the bleeds, and we want the bleeds so we can knock them back. Thunderous Leap's just kind of like mostly for leaping up and down ledges, but I've got Stomping Ground on there, which causes 2 pulses when I first leap. So that knocks enemies back because I've got it linked to Bludgeon for knockback. And Reverberate does an aftershock when you land sometimes, which also knocks enemies back. So it's just kind of built for utility. Wind Dancer's got Wind Wave, which is another pulse to knockback if you get stunned. Arm's Length, which is knockback distance. This thing sends them flying, it's hilarious. And Maim, so that they get sent back like whew, like this, and then they get maimed, so it takes them longer to get back. Really nice safety, I like it. Anything else? Disengage is Ingenuity for cooldown. Holy Descent, I put that on here instead. So whenever you backflip, where you land is where the Holy Descent goes. It's amazing. Big regen. So often because what I do is I rake in, I flip back, I do my Spearfields. I'm standing on the consecrated ground, which also lowers curse effect too. It's good in cursed maps. Pretty sick. And Shocking Leap, which when I crit them with the backflip, it drops shock ground on them. It actually just like, I love when things just work the way you want them to. So good. Just wanted to say your 2 videos going over the Huntress skills before 02 dropped to an ace. Excellent, mate. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do I get to find that companion? You don't find a specific companion in a specific place, really, because they're randomized rare affixes. It's just what this rare monster happened to have. I have a video on YouTube, about how to tame beasts and how to locate good ones. There's a good way to farm them. And we continue trying to get some gloves, but no one answers. And I've just got like persistence on parry is the only really important one. It makes it so that the debuff duration on parry is like longer than 2 seconds, 2.8, which makes them take a bunch more damage. So some bosses are parryable and you can use that for giga damage. What else have I done? I used second wheel skill tree. I'm just using Arvel's wheel for duration. Not that you really need it, but the second skill tree don't even really need a weapon. I just put it on so it doesn't disable my auras. The second skill tree is for casting the mark, and I've just got mark nodes, so we lower their accuracy and damage. We give them Culling Strike. It's lowered mana cost and movement speed up. And over here, it's got enemies around them are blinded, which is really good if you mark rares. It blinds all the enemies around the rare. And enemies that are marked cannot deal crits. So we're crit immune against bosses and rares that we want to be. Very good. Pretty cool. How many raw div you dropped? Just 1. I've got a pilfering ring on, so I can show you what I've dropped. I put it on a little late, so I don't think it counted my campaign drops. That was obviously 10x or something. I've dropped 1 divine. No greater or perfect jeweler's orbs. No chance orbs. No mirrors, unsurprisingly. For Spearfield, you get more spears with area increase, or is it all spread out? They maintain a consistent distance from each other with some randomness. You just get more spears out with AoE. But there is actually a downside to that. For single target purposes, it means that some of these spears are out here which aren't going to hit the boss, because you can have a maximum of 70. So concentrated effect is potentially good for bosses. I don't think I have that on hand at the moment, but in theory that's potentially a good one for bosses, both for damage and for kind of like causing the spears to be in a way in an area where they're going to hit the boss more. Because what happens is, if I just put it on here, well hold on, let me show you without first. So without, if I go 1, 2, 3. Most of the first one gets deleted because that's you can have a maximum of 70 spears, which is that much. So before you have the AoE increases that I do, it's more like kind of 3 before they start disappearing. But now I get like all of that disappears. With concentrated effect, 1, 2, 3, none of them disappeared. 4, and then they all disappear. So what that means is I can go 1, 2, 3 all on top of each other. See, that's a much denser Spearfield. So they're consistent, like they're not really, as far as I can tell, clustered much more in this space. You just get less of them. But they're much more clustered when you put them on top of each other like that, because you get 3 in place instead of 2. So, yeah. With this one, I can only do 2 before they start getting replaced. But I use this setup for clearing. And if you use like reach or something, it might be... You might start removing on the second cast even. I wonder if I can just slot this somewhere. Spear stab. How does concentrated effect fit on spear stab? Apparently it has an area of effect. It does have an area of effect. Oh, well, cool. You can just sit in there then. Yeah, I noticed that I got dropped a stellar amulet and I'm like, I'm rich. And then I saw the 1 exalt. Oh. Bummer. Bum, ba bum, ba bum, ba bum. Parry can trap some bosses into using the same attack over and over if you do it right, so you can manipulate the boss. It's very powerful. Wondering if there's any valuable chance places right now. I'll have to have a look at that later. Review that, but it'll take a little while to settle in, I think. What was I doing? Okay, I think that's most of the stuff build-wise now. Otherwise, you can see in the build planner anything else that's there. The other thing I like that I've done is I've got 3 charms going, and I quite like that actually. It's 2 points just for the charm here, with a belt with 1 charm. You get your 3. We've got stun, freeze, and poison with guard at the moment. It's quite nice. Feels good. I'm almost tempted to get this one that's like damage and movement speed with an active charm or something. But not quite falling for that full bait. Now, what was I going to do? Oh, I'm still trying to get this bloody Empire's Grasp. Now I have to refresh. I was going to test those, but maybe we'll watch the, what is it, the Mountain Blade Bannerlord trailer? Here we go, derail stream time. Let's have a look what's going on in there. I do like that game. Mountain Blade. Done a few playthroughs on that one, haven't I? Can you explain the use of Blood Hunt? When the enemies are about 30% health, you use it. It only really does a ton of damage if they've bled a bunch. So if you're like fighting a boss and their health bar is all the way down, then you finish them off with it. Pretend it's like your Culling Strike effect. I don't see it. I use the Rake first. You can't do it right away. So you don't want to just go Rake and then Blood Hunt immediately. You like Rake, do that, Spearfield, and then before they do, when they're getting close to dying, you finish them off. I don't really use it much when clearing, to be honest. Only on like really tough rares. I could probably use it a bit more because it's kind of fast. I mostly use it to just blow up bosses. If you land it on the weak point in their health bar after a big bleed, and it lands a crit, you can actually like just one-shot a boss from 50% health down to nothing. It can be pretty spicy. But it's also, you could honestly drop it from the build and it wouldn't be that much of a loss. It's kind of a nice to have. It does make me wonder if there's another skill I could use that would be better. It's just too exciting when it does trigger. Let's watch a thing. Oh, hold on. If you don't know what Mountain Blade is, it's a game where you like play. It's an RPG where you play as a soldier, person, gladiator, slave, whatever. A bunch of different starts you can do, and then you build up a little ragtag group of mercenaries, and then build up a legion, build up a kingdom, and you command them on the battlefield in real time. It's not many games like this. Kind of like Freelancer, but medieval. It's a bit janky, but it is kind of glorious. It's very fun when it does work properly. There's an expansion. I haven't seen it yet. It's Vikings. They're doing Vikings again, which they did before. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Like some Sturgeon's Shield Wall action. Are we getting boats, or is this just cutscene fluff? Does exploit weakness support affect the bleed? If you apply a bleed when they're at low health, it will. It doesn't just like kind of happen organically if the bleed brings them down. You have to apply the bleed when they're low. I don't use exploit weakness on a skill that causes bleed. Dun, 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 dun. I believe we are getting boats. Cool. Although, with how janky siege battles have been, I can't imagine how janky boat battles are going to be. The AI is going to be hilarious, I'm sure. I'll be very impressed if they can somehow pull off a cool and smooth working boat battle. Look, you could have stationary boats just be part of the battlefield, and that would probably be cool enough. But looks like there's actual boat battles going on here, and that's kind of exciting. Fun to watch Ziggy play for sure. Yeah, I like to create kind of like a character with specific goals and tell a bit of a story with this game. It's very fun. You know, the rebel slave who rises up and things like that. Ooh. This looks cool, but show me gameplay. I don't believe it. I won't believe it until I see it. Come on. It's the one that consumes broken armor to do 40% more damage. I use that on the curse because that kind of like synergizes quite nicely potentially. Actually, do I use it there? Well, that's a cool trailer, but is there any gameplay? Meet the Nords, a new Viking-inspired faction. Wait, aren't the Sturgeons already that? I guess this is another Viking-inspired faction. Huh. Master Naval Warfare. War Sails introduces a unique and immersive naval warfare system. Featuring realistic wind and water physics. Ship-to-ship combat. I mean, there's been some pretty good, like, ship battle games recently, huh? If I can take some inspiration from them. Board enemies from multiple points, ram them, or attack them from afar. God, I'm just remembering, like, trying to climb siege towers and stuff. Trying to get the AI to use the siege towers. Sieges in this game are like the ultimate high when they work properly, but they just so rarely work properly. They're mega, mega janky. Very often your soldiers are just like lining up to die and not climbing a ladder and doing stupid things. You have a Mobalytics build guide? I have a max roll build guide. How dare you? How dare you? I have a max roll build guide. Boats, Vikings, incredible. This is my first time seeing these things combined. It's a fun cinematic trailer, but I'm gonna need to see some gameplay here. I'm very excited. Look, if it's anything like the base game, 20% of the time you're gonna have a just epic battle, and it makes the rest of it worth it. And you kind of play around the jank. Is there any actual gameplay anywhere? War Sales gameplay. I'm guessing not yet. I don't see any, looks like it's just kind of announced, no actual gameplay as far as I can tell. Yeah. Two boats clipped into each other? I'm willing to tolerate a certain amount of jank like that. No problem with that one. Where do you get knockback without speccing into the knockback passive on the tree? I've anointed it now. I did spec into it for a while, but the anointment's really cheap. So you can't see the anoint. Oh, they fixed it. Oh, they fixed it. Never mind. They fixed it. Great. Did they? Partially? Oh, some of them maybe don't have it. Okay, they fixed it. Anyway, it's Paranoia, Greed, and Guilt, which are pretty cheap. Pretty cheap. Few exalts. How do people have 260 Spirit on Huntress with only Spirit on Amulet? Check for the helmet corruption. It could be that. Who doesn't like sit on top of a wall throwing rocks at 10,000 clump soldiers? So satisfying. Very satisfying. Alright. We will do more distractions soon. Including the Last Epoch trailer. I'll check that one out too. Wake me up when there's gameplay for Mountain Blade as well though. Let me upgrade a few of these maps, because I don't have much of the next tier. But you do sustain very easily now, so Not super worried. Bum, 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 bum. I don't have any regals. Let me alch one of these. Enfeeble. It's okay. Where are we? Alright, so our next Nexus is over there. Complete a tier 6 corrupted. Right. Let's head over towards that one, I think. Unless there's any super juices in here. So there is a thing that can spawn. It says contains some person by some name. A creature with a weird name. Let me see if I can find it. Contains an additional Asmeri spirit. That's neat. Guaranteed one. So in the cleansed areas, yeah, a specific boss can spawn, but I don't see any this time around. They drop a guaranteed fractured orb when you kill them. Yeah. You link your guide? Exclamation mark build has the guide for you on Twitch chat or in YouTube. It's in the description. So if I break their armor and use snipe with exploit weakness, it would increase the bleed too. Yeah, so here's how bleed works. Anything that scales the damage of the hit itself, except armor, scales the initial bleed magnitude, in addition to your bleed magnitude, of course. The armor gets completely ignored, alright? So armor doesn't do anything. But after armor, there are some other things that happen. Those are things like increased physical damage taken being the keyword, and things like shock, which are also increased damage taken. Those then apply to the bleed after it's been created. They're the only thing that applies to a bleed afterwards. Nearly everything's just about your initial hit, and that's what creates the bleed. But it is important to know that shock works, because it doesn't apply to the initial hit calculation, but it does afterwards. So what that means is, let's say Ray can apply a big bleed, you would then want to apply shock. You could do it beforehand, and that would be fine too. But another example is Incision, which has the up to 20% increased physical damage taken. You can apply the bleed and then apply your incisions afterwards, and then that scales the bleed that's currently happening. So endgame build when you played Mercenary on launch, I did Voltaic Grenade. There is a planner that I believe I did update on Maxwell. I don't have a full written guide for that one, but I do have the planner. I quite liked it, and it should be a lot stronger now too, which was fun. What's the best way to get defenses on Huntress? I have all res to 75. It's a very good starting place. More evasion is honestly one of the biggest ones. And recovery is really big too. So make sure you have life leech. If you're playing a physical build, I assume. If you're playing an elemental build, then also make sure you have life leech. You want to try and get Mystic Harvest. Like I would, unless you had a very big accuracy spear, I would even not take penetrate yet, and take Mystic Harvest for the elemental leech, because leech is very powerful. I have just life leech on a ring right now, 7.5%. And the recovery from that is insane. It's so good on a physical build. So if you're playing physical build, you take advantage of that. If you're playing elemental in Amazon, you can also take advantage of that. Block is kind of the next one. Block and evasion are a very powerful defensive layer. Honestly, like block evasion life scaling is pretty solid overall. You aim to get like 2,500-ish life by stacking strength and life on your gear. So life is a big one. People often neglect that. Try and get all those 100 life rolls, right? And yeah, and actually getting some decent evasion does make a difference. So I have 62% evasion now at this point. It's not crazy, but it's like enough that I honestly feel very tanky. I die occasionally, mostly from slams, because you don't evade slams. Mechanics are your other defense, right? Like things that slow enemies, things that kill them, things that avoid them, etc. Blinding, I blind enemies, I maim them, I knock them back. These are all defensive layers. All of them potentially quite impactful. Thanks, Mage. Thanks for the link, mate. I should, at some point, I'll make a link of links for my various max roll guides and builds and things like that. People maybe. But, oh, bloody volatiles always get me. Chaos resistance is another good line of defense, which I haven't really got yet. I feel like when I die, it's Probably 80% of the time Chaos Volatiles. I died to one earlier, and that's another one. I've got 40 Chaos Res now, which is... It helps, but the Chaos Volatiles still kill me. I just don't even see them. I don't know what's wrong with me. Those little purple goobers, I don't even notice them. Until after they've killed me. Those little bloody purple goobers.
From the earth.
Level 16 Spirit Gem. I don't think I've done that one yet. Upgrade for Wind Dancer or Herald of Blood. Let's go Wind Dancer. I triggered that one all the time. That's really good. Actually kills enemies on this build too. It's good. What physical scaling we have. Gem Cutter's Prism. Love Gem Cutter drops. So satisfying. Not seeing Volatiles is a time-honored PoE tradition. It is the streamer curse, especially. I feel like the Volatiles in PoE 1 were pretty good because they were quite noisy and visually there. The little purple ones are stealthy, man. They low to the ground. They don't make a noise. They're just kind of like dun 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 dun. But you know, silently coming over, stacking up underneath you, while all the other effects on the screen are blowing up. Big little things.
You should have stayed buried.
What is that shrine? Enlightening shrine. I think it's an XP bonus shrine, I believe. Where'd it go? Oh yeah, you gain increased XP. It's got the bloody... It's like the storm one from PV1, so... Looks wrong to me. See ya, buddy. Volatile plants are the worst. Not enough noise and they disappear on the loot labels. Yes, loot labels. It's definitely gotten me before. Yeah, they're one of my problem case ones for sure. But it's honestly overall pretty good now. Like, there's not many like that. It's trying to think of what other modifiers I find really annoying. The temporal shield's really annoying because it doesn't have a counterplay. It should have a counterplay. Like it should turn off at least or something. But it slows you for too much for something that doesn't have a counterplay. You just can't do anything. You're just like, I guess I'll go half speed and feel really annoying. And the volatile plants, but that's like all I can think of really. Additional projectiles is like a iffy mod in general in Path of Exile. With how many things can then... It's just like, yes, we'll just make one modifier that makes them do 5 times as much damage. I'm sure there's no problem with that. I feel like that just being a random modifier on enemies that you can't see is problematic. Maybe I should write these down maybe as a list. Since they've been kind of asking for examples of this sort of thing. Now they have Spearfield, temp bubble issue. Yeah, I can stand outside of the Spearfield and outside of the bubble. They're pretty big AoE though, so it's kind of, that's a slow way to do things. But I can do that if the monster's a bit dangerous. Especially because sometimes you get like ones with like elemental ground effects and stuff underneath them. Oh, hi there. There's the rest of my rare monsters. Looking forward to that patch. I wonder when that's coming out. Rare monster. Almost didn't see you, buddy. You're pretty stealthy, just sitting there like that. I think Neversec did a filter update. I should probably update because you probably did some economic tiering for like chanceable items and stuff, I imagine. Alright. You have revealed the rares and they are in the middle where the boss would be, I guess. That makes sense. Do I have the checkpoint there? Oh, sweet. Good stuff. Finally, I felt Stomping Ground was illegal. Yeah, not running Stomping Ground anymore. You can definitely go drop it. You can also, if you want to scale it and stick with it, because it is fun and it's very satisfying feeling. You can stick with it. I know, I'm pretty sure Garatha still uses Stomping Ground and actually scales it at endgame. It's like part of his main damage there. Where'd you go, Rare Monster? You're in there somewhere. I'll just spam Spearfields, I guess. Me, you. Nice. Monsters are immune to lightning damage. Expedition logbooks. I like the sounds of that. Monsters deal more damage in pack size. Good luck to me. Quantity found. Stuff over here. Can't reach that one. Dang. Nope. It's a bit of a bad layout though. Those explosions though. Okay. Excavated chest. That's not a logbook. I'm being tricked. Does Stomping Ground inherit the increased bleed effective rake? You know, I don't know, and there's just not a way to tell. I suspect that not much scales it, honestly. The way that it's kind of worded, and the fact that it has its own crit chance on there, it is like it's almost like an attack spell, right? Like it doesn't explicitly say it doesn't use your weapon, but I'm fairly certain it doesn't since it has its own crit chance. So what effects of the skill it inherits is really hard to say. It's obviously powerful enough that it doesn't really even need it, potentially, but you can at least support it with other supports because Lacerate for bleed chance does work on it. So there are some things that do work, but yeah, it's a bit hard to say what, because it doesn't have like its own skill thing. So I've got it here, and you know, there's no way to look at Stomping Ground. Just missing. Non-existent. Legion Stride. Reduce fizz damage taken in plus 10% block chance. No move speed. No move speed. No thanks. Ooh, GCP. Let's go... I think I'm doing Wind Dancer next for the AoE on that. A juicy knockback. Broken Circle artifacts. GG should allow Stomping Ground on rate because bleed in early levels is, yeah, it obviously needs some tuning though, most likely. At low levels though. Like, the damage it gives you is way more than a rare spear could give you. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, maybe we'll have a look at that last Epoch trailer when I get back too. Be right back. Hello, welcome back, folks. Is there a good summary trailer for Last Epoch? I know they've done some like big things where they've showcased stuff in longer streams and stuff, but I assume they have like a basic trailer as well that we could watch first. It's in kind of a weird spawn right there. Oh, it is this one, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same. Whichever way I go, one boss on either side. Alright then. Guess this way is slightly more interesting. Yeah. Alright, this way. How do skeletons bleed? My favorite one is like the golems, or like a golden statue. They all bleed. The real trailer is out, but not the patch trailer. Okay. Are you speaking to a new atlas? At the moment I got shrines and some strongbox stuff starting to look, but that's just kind of like what I like to do early while I'm progressing. You get those shrine buffs for a bit of funsies while you're moving through. And it seems like I don't really need map sustain. It's effectively guaranteed now. Look at all them regal shards. My other spirit gem. Arrow of blood. Launch trailer for the season, but that's from February. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I've probably already seen that one then. Because there's been like a lot. Maybe I should look at the features page probably for the on the side or something, eh? That might be the go. I probably have a summary page on there that I usually do. Why do you have Thunder Asleep in the build just for mobility? Yeah, it's good for jumping over ledges and things like that. It's the sort of thing where like I don't need it a lot of the time, but then when I don't have it, I really regret not having it. I'm like, I wish I had it right now. I have to run all the way around this bloody ledge. How do skeletons bleed? Magically, exactly. They're doing their Hype Week posts with different features. We're on day 3 now. Okay. Maybe I need a longer look through on the Last Epoch stuff then. If there's not like a short trailer, maybe I'll do a longer look through it next week then, since we'll be getting pretty close to it. Ba-boom. Oh, exile. Or is it the boss? I think it's an exile? Yeah, because there's no boss in this map. It looks like it's a necromancer exile. I haven't seen her yet. Here she is. Me and you. She's got ES at the moment. She's channeling her bone storms. Oh my god, the bleed. Sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. She's wearing mostly blue items, so that'd be why. Yeah, I heard Talking Try's interview was like a lot of showcases of stuff. So they must have been doing some live play, were they? That's cool. Emerald. Yoink. What is that bleed? Juicy bleed. You can get some decent bleed magnitude scaling, and then you've got like the distance damage bonus and crit. and aggravate and increase damage taken from incision and all sorts of things. Some good potential damage scaling on there. See you, buddies. Whee. Oh, unique strongbox. Ooh. Ogum's Legacy. Revives the fallen monster 5 times. Fallen monsters gain additional modifier each time it revives. Contains no other items. No other items. That implies there's at least one. So you're telling me there's a chance. I have seen other people, like, doing the Ventus strongbox. The gold gambling one. I'm stockpiling my gold. Kind of. Rot Bones. So this is my nemesis, is it? So I did a nemesis mechanic. Is that what's going on here? Or is it just about this guy dropping things? So he gets a modifier each time. I wonder if it can be a beast. Right? It's probably always this ghost. Or something like it. If it was a beast, you could, in theory, get like a multi-mod tame, right? Do you have 5 modifiers now? Yeah, so it gets more and more loot each time as the modifiers go up. So the box doesn't drop any loot, it's just about what this guy drops. Tier 2 precursor tablets on the wall. Look at all those modifiers. Yeah, each modifier gives more loot on rares if you're unawares of how the scaling works. And I think this is number 5. Edge. I don't think it drops any loot. Well, it didn't drop much. It didn't drop that much. So that's the sort of one that's going to be pretty hit or miss depending on how good your map is as well. Like this was a basic blue map. If it was in a rare map with some decent rarity scaling and stuff. Also, there's some pretty unusual modifiers now where it's like this map gives you 50% less XP, but you know 100% increased rarity. There's like things like that now that just spawn on corrupted and cleansed maps. So there's going to be some fun like confluence of events. I think they made the mapping much more interesting. There's an omen that lets you reopen a strongbox, and someone used it and got a 10 mod rare. Oh, it just keeps going on the same guy? No way. Okay, that's exciting. That's quite fun. 5 poison magnitude is like the lowest you can get. Boo. That was good. Ring sale. Da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Do I slap and exalt on this? It's pretty good. Didn't get any better. Now it got better. Alright, that's worth something, alright. See if I can at least make my 2 exalts back. Should be easy enough. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. While we wait, so we'll look at the life double res energy shield first. I don't know about hybrid. 8, 10x. What about with the accuracy instead of the energy shields? I feel like that's worth more, yeah. Accuracy scaling right now is a bit hot. What about accuracy? Yes. Also a bit hot. Nice. And that's not even counting the base or anything. I'll drop it up like 29x or something. Contain those rares from unique strong boxes? I don't know if they can summon a beast. If it could, in theory, you should be able to. Which could be probably not something GG would want to have happen, but... Temporal Chains feels horrible as a modifier, like walking in quicksand? Yeah, it does. I like to avoid the Temp Chains maps if I can. That's what the 3-to-1 recipe is for. Whenever I get a Temp Chains map, I stick it off to the side and then I put it in the reforging bench. Let's do a quick reprice on things to get them moving. This can go down to 28. This one can go down a little bit. This one can go down a bunch. You guys can go in the 5C tab. 17 for you. 5C, yeah. I think that's everything. Now, have I already done my level 16s? I think I have. Very nice. Someone wants to buy my 3x amulet. Oh yeah, that was a random one I was gonna salvage. Build feel good, or only good after a currency investment? I've enjoyed it throughout. The first couple maps on my like leveling gear were pretty bad. But when I spent like 1 to 3 exalts in each gear slot, it started feeling pretty good, and it's gotten a lot better rapidly since then. I will say like clearing can feel average to good and sometimes bad, depending on the situation. If you put a bit of effort into your movement and how you use your skills, it feels quite good. But if you like a really easy, just kind of like WASD around and click to blow things up, it's not that kind of clearing. Bossing feels phenomenal. The bossing's really fun and easy. And very rewarding. A person never joined, so ditch that one. But yeah, to like maintain good clear speed and smooth clearing, you have to put a kind of a bit of effort into the movement. That's possibly the biggest downside there. Into the trenches. I'll show you my bleed Amazon build. I'm only level 70, so I'm trying not to die and my gear isn't very good. What do you want out of showing me? Like, are you wanting to a build review or something? I don't typically do build reviews. You tend to get... If I do a build review, I tend to only do build reviews for the day. Because then everyone else wants a build review, and I don't want to be unfair and only do one person's build. I could probably do like a really high point redemption for it or something. But if you have specific advice that you would like to ask, I'm all for that. I especially like that method where you come up with specific questions and then I help you with them, because it encourages you to do like 20% of the work, you know, which that first 20% of the work is often the hardest part and the most like educational part for you. Like you'll get much better at figuring out your build problems if you kind of like just start getting on the right track. Like start by identifying like, what do I think is not working? Like, what is the problem? I'm dying, okay, but what's the step behind that? Like why do I think I'm dying? For example, just to show off. Do you have like an unusual mechanic or something that you're rocking, or is this interesting skill setup? To build up to date, a few days without though? No, it's up to date. I keep the great thing about like the max roll planners is I can literally update them every second if I want to. And sometimes I do. Like if I make a gem change or whatever, I will just update it in there. So it is up to date. I updated it this morning. Unfortunately, I don't think the delirium pauses until I finish placing, which is really not great. Hopefully there'll be a checkpoint back there. You're clearing better than I am? What do you think is the difference? I'm curious, because like it's very much like a playstyle that's evolved over time organically, as I've like figured out how to play it, and it's changed a bit as I've like changed you know, little things about it, or as the content I've played has changed. So I've kind of like a few different clearing strategies. So the fast clearing strategy is like if enemies are spaced around, I'm basically able to just do this between them, do rake between them. But that doesn't really work in narrow maps like this, so I don't really use that in this in here. So if they're spaced like that, I'll rake. If it's a dangerous pack, I'll rake in, disengage, then Spearfield. I can also just advance with Spearfield like this. If you hold forwards while Spearfielding, it actually does like a step in between each one. You can kind of just push the monsters into a wall, which is really good for blowing them up. And then when they're kind of grouped up a bit, you can rake in, disengage as well. If they're a bit like placed a bit awkwardly, I'll rake, disengage past them, so I put the mouse cursor behind me and leap forwards. Alternatively, I can use Thunderous Leap. It's a little bit slower though. Well, I did loop back here at least, so that works. Explosions. There's another red down there, is there? Oh, there is a checkpoint. That's good. So maybe I'll go up there and checkpoint back down.
Taking on some serious danger, I see.
Mm-hmm. Something like that, buddy. Just go all. Just go them all. Yep, do them all. She'll be right.
Light him up.
Just do my extreme archaeology style placement. Blow up everything. Spamming Spearfield like this is pretty good and safe. You can also go through a lot of walls and stuff too, which is fun. But you have to identify what you're facing. If you're facing a lot of projectile enemies, then you'll want to like disengage to the side occasionally to dodge their projectiles. Because if you just go backwards or forwards or stay in one spot, you obviously get wrapped by projectiles. Or like any big slams or whatever that they've got. Catch up on Shadow. I swapped off a Rake into Radiant Grief Gas Arrow build after campaign. This looks more fun, to be honest. Made a mistake. The Radiant Grief Gas Arrow and Gas Grenade stuff is pretty fun, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you never know what's going to click perfectly for you, right? Sorry, it wasn't the one you swapped to in the end. Sometimes like a build that doesn't feel good as well will feel good once you kind of just like, once it clicks a bit more, like, you know, like, just get like a couple little gear upgrades or figure out a little playstyle tweak. I've definitely had times where this didn't feel good, but now it feels quite good. But like I said, the clearing is somewhat high effort, right? Because I need to be like, I need to think about what I'm fighting and move differently. It's not just like one size fits all strategy. Like, yep, I run and click button, you know. Gotta put a little bit of work into it. I started a new Huntress with those 2 uniques and have 200 HP at level 2. Yeah. Yeah. A good amount of HP. 130 extra or something, right? Yeah, checkpoint down the end. There's one hiding in the boss room, which I didn't recognize here. You can play very like mobile hit and run with combinations of like your leap slam, your dodge roll, and your disengage as well. To deal with like barraging enemies like that, I'll be a bit more erratic in the way I leap around. I'll go boo 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 boo. Just catching up on some chats I missed. My Rake does not really do much, so I just Spearfield. It sounds like you might just not have the kind of like bleed scaling together. Could be a case of tinkering with your support gems, or it might just be that you're like just a little bit low damage overall. Spear's a bit low damage, for example. 40 energy shields, and then a pretty little life regeneration roll. Very good. What's next up here? Savannah into a crypt. Or I could go top side. If I go 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, let's go top side. More bosses and pretty good chance. Oh, and actually the tower's over here. Oh, that doesn't matter. You have a Pokemon tab yet for your ults? I do have a couple Pokemon stacked in here, yeah. Haste or Chill One, Elemental Resist Trail of Lightning, Invulnerability Break Armor, which sounds really good, but it's a venomous crab, so it has like 100 hit points. Dies instantly. Oh, they love one? Yeah, English in the chat, please. Just so I can read and interact with you, mate. Despite how complicated it is, this build can be played one-handed. You just use a combination of Rake and Disengage and Leap Slam. And it actually kind of works. Like some practice though. One-handed gaming. Perfect for if you really enjoy your build. You think you could squeeze some poison in? I was thinking about that idea today because I incidentally got some poison chance on a jewel and I was like, I wonder if there's any... Like, there's a bit of overlap in the scaling. The problem is more just that some of the support gems don't. Like the bleed magnitude one specifically doesn't. So I think like any investment you put into that could have been like a thing that would have contributed to the bleed, which is probably better. So I'm not saying it's not possible to do a bleed poison. There might well be some sort of payoff or item that makes it worthwhile. But I'm not sure what that is, or if it exists yet. So you can Spearfield through a lot of these walls. Like, see, I can Spearfield through that wall there. So you can cheese some enemies a bit if you want. Right here somewhere? Don't know where it is. Oh, there you go. Full tell plans, hasted accurate. I don't see an accurate or crit aura. Yeah. I think they don't exist. The worst feeling is when you like try to use a rake and they're just out of range and you just do a little tiny rake step. Is there a detonate type ability for bleeds? There are several. A lot of them are based on the amount the enemy has bled, not the current bleed. But there are some current bleed things. You've got Herald of Blood, detonates things when they die if they've been bleeding. Dealing damage based on how much they bled. Blood Hunt deals damage based on how much they bled. Tangentially, there's Bloodhound's Mark, which does damage based on the amount of stun build-up they've had from bleeds. So that's related to bleeds, but not bleed itself. Actually, I don't know if there is a consumed bleed itself. The bleed does get consumed, I notice, when you use Blood Hunt, which is like, actually, I feel like it shouldn't work that way, honestly. I don't know why it does that. Part of the reason why I don't use it all the time. Because sometimes it like doesn't kill the mob and then you just have to apply another bleed. It's kind of awkward. Is this a dead end? Yes. Very good. Oh, yeah, Hemo Crystals is the one that consumes bleeds directly. Because it does its damage based on the amount of remaining bleed. And I'm actually not that big a fan of it here. I will test again later. But right now I felt like it was doing more harm than good. I think when you have like giga damage, it probably is worthwhile. Because it'll increase your clear speed and pick off some stragglers. But I think on like a lower budget, which this still is, it's probably better to just let them bleed. I did use it on Herald of Blood, which I didn't like. In theory, it's good, but I don't know. It didn't actually really seem to do what I wanted it to do, and it disables the bleed on them so that then Spearfield doesn't get its knockback and other when enemy bleeding and stuff going on. God, I love bossing on this build. So fun. So fun. Come on, you lot. You just feel like you're bullying them so much, the way that like you get the bleed, which leads into the knockback, which then you just like push them around with Spearfield. This is the bullying build. How are you not getting smacked jumping into mobs? Have a bleed build, that's my main issue right now. Part of it's like how I move and how I engage and like recognizing what enemies are doing. So there's a bit of that, but otherwise just having evasion, block, that all helps. Blinding enemies. Most enemies are blinded and slowed down, and you know, I'm moving in a way that will not get me hit by them, which is partially like instinct developed over a decade of PoE gaming. Run sideways, run perpendicular to the mob, or run circles. Never run in a straight line. Looks like an okay shield. Let's look at that without the base. That might be worth something. Not much though. Open suffix could be another resist. I can't not exalt things. That's where all my exalts end up going. 6 stun threshold. Are you kidding? Is it literally only 6 stun threshold? How is that even a mod? How is that even a modifier? Why do you do this to me, game? I stun enemies, that's another thing. I stun quite a lot. We stop playing PoE2 next Friday? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Oh, I'm definitely gonna play some Last Epoch. I kind of wish there was like a bit of a bigger gap between them personally, but I'll play some Last Epoch. How long I play Last Epoch for? Whether I come back to PoE, I guess, depends on Last Epoch and how much of an itch I'm feeling to do more PoE stuff. It's I really don't know. I really don't know. Let's go this way into Steaming Springs. A feeble map. Yeah, if you're not going the knockback route and doing more stomp strength stacking, then Hemocrystals is probably a bit better. Damn, what's going on? Connection. Yeah, I know though. We're originally planning on releasing like within 2 days of each other. I was here for the drama. Unfortunate. Yes, that would have been worse. I do want to be able to play both games. It would have been disastrous for Last Epoch. And, you know, not really like better for PoE either, honestly. Like, I don't think PoE would have gained much from it if they had ended up going ahead. Do-do-do-do. What is this stuttering? Is it latency or just the game? There's like a frame hitching in this map. Coming down? Well, maybe something about this tile set specifically. Oh, purples. Run away from the purple berries. Oh. Yeah, if Last Epoch had kept their 2 days ahead thing, it might have actually worked well for them, just because this patch ended up having, like, that very first few days were like, frustrations were at their maximum, right? So they might have picked up some extra players kind of almost out of spite. Which hopefully their expansion is a banger, but I'd like both games to do well personally. And hopefully they space out better next time, so I can play both without feeling like I'm like leaving one of them early. Which is probably what it's going to feel like a bit, I'm afraid. Back size, quantity of artifacts with freeze build up. There you guys, I'm placing things here. Ow. Whatever.
This ought to stir things up.
Yeah, you don't really want to rely on your competition to, you don't want to hopium that, oh, hope maybe they'll have a bad league. Obviously moving it was the right call for them. As uncomfortable it was. I mean, honestly, it was possibly almost a good thing, right? Like, probably hurt them a bit for ad spend. Because then you have to, like, redo advertisements to, like, get word out there. Although, I think they've had good word of mouth to help with that at least. But I mean, gave them an extra 2 weeks to polish things up than what they were planning, right? So, without, I think, losing any players. Like, normally a game would probably lose players by delaying. Or, like, you know, that might have hurt them. But I think in this case, that's not the case. GG almost acted as marketing for them in the end. Got a nasty guy here. See you, buddy. Dropping some loot for me. Very nice. Selling some amulets. Chest. Luxurious slippers. Damn that. Maybe it is the latency jumping around a bit.
I like it here.
Suggest me a mastery that is not any kind of acolyte, sentinel, or mage. I want to try something new. For last epoch, I'm gonna have a talk with Dread about some builds for starting last epoch. Maybe do a video showcasing some, so I might be able to help you out later. Right now, though, I couldn't tell you. Need to have that discussion first. It's been too many months since I played or looked at last epoch. Oop. If we're taking Raking Stomp off Rake, should we spec out of Strength since Thunderous Sleep isn't really a damage dealer? Yeah, you're not as necessarily incentivized to stack Strength, but I will just say Strength is good anyway. Strength is life. So, you have to weigh up yourself whether you want more accuracy or more life and choose between putting more points into Dex or Strength at a certain point. The game also decides for you partially because, like, you need enough Dex to equip your gear. But yeah, you might not go out of your way to prioritize Strength as much. Oops. Boo. Stupid things. I have Regals. Backslides monster damage, extra projectiles. Maybe I should do that in an easier map if there is one. The crypt. Yeah, no, wait, what? Did I not finish steaming springs? In early game, what tips do you have for gearing? I'm struggling so hard to keep up with my gear to scratch while I level. I'm wearing gloves that I got at level 5 because I couldn't find anything else. I had a shield that I wore from level 12 through to endgame. It happens sometimes. But knowing the tools at your disposal can certainly help. The vendors refresh every time you level. So they're your first port of call. You want to check them out. See if they've got stuff, because they'll often have good rares and magic items. And there's some special vendors in Act 3 as well. Which, if you don't know about them, they're the Troubled Camps. I have a video on those. They're quite good if you're around there, if you're around Act 3 normal or cool. Obviously crafting a bit helps, gambling can help too. Essences can help a bit too. You often only need an item with like 2 good modifiers. Another thing that's pretty essential is focusing on what actually matters. So think about what are the 2 modifiers that matter the most, so that you stop using a rare that's got like 4 modifiers that are like only just barely okay. But there's 4 of them, so you're like, 4 mods! But you know, you're using a shield with like 10 life and 8 fire res and 7 cold res. That life with just like 30 life, 30 res is better. See ya. She survived a bit longer than the bigger one earlier.
Something
Another thing is, like, if you're playing trade, really, honestly, your, like, 2 random exalts you drop in an act can be spent to get yourself an insane upgrade in most cases. So your gloves could easily be... You could spend 1 exalt to get an upgrade on trade, right? So unless you're playing explicitly solo self-found, that is your most powerful tool available to you. It should be emphasized. People just neglect to look at it as an option. And if you're... Like, people talk about how bad trade is in PoE, like, oh, how difficult it is, or how many quality of life issues exist. But honestly, if you're just buying an item, it's really not too bad. You might have to message 3 or 4 people a lot of the time for, like, random rares. Yeah, a lot of the problems exist in doing, like, trying to trade for... Well, the currency trade took out a lot of them because it was often fragments and currencies that were annoying, but it can be a bit annoying trying to trade for, like, 1 exalt item sometimes because people don't want to leave their map to do it. That's a bit better now, at least. As bad as it was. Map completed? Oh yeah, we can go. That was a quick one. Got the boss straight away, didn't I? How would new players know how to trade? That's a problem. I've explained how that's a problem many times over the years. There is nothing in the game that inherently tells you a points to trade. Yes, no, it is an assumed knowledge or something that you are assumed to pick up elsewhere. It is fundamentally a part of the core game, and yet it's also the least kind of mentioned core thing. And it's a problem that that's the case, I think. Hopefully something that changes one day, but I won't hold my breath on that one. But I have guides for you. I was hovering over your build site, waiting for you to build the update for mapping for days. Oh, it's up if you didn't see, sorry. Yeah, I should have made it, like... No, when I made it was a pretty good time. I had come up with some pretty clever stuff recently, and it's working quite well now. Earlier versions were, you know, more scuffed. So... But yeah, the version that's up is almost identical to what I'm playing now and is good. Into backwash. Let's do this. Oh, I never did the projectile mod. Sketch. Kill round monsters. Boo. I like boss maps. They end so fun. And they're so much faster. Instead of hunting down all the rares. Rage time. Could be a little interesting with the extra projectiles. Yeah, I see some projectiles flying around. High five those hands. That's a pretty juicy one though. Can't wait to go pick up all my breach splinters. Yuck. That'll be so fun picking all those up. Guess I'll go pick up my breadcrumbs. Yeah. PoE 2 derailment post? Derailment post? Oh, are we getting derailed by PoE 2 from PoE 2? Oh, another one? Another what we're working on? Further changes from today. Ooh. Oh, well, I guess good thing the game has a pause feature. Let's have a gander, shall we? Have a gaze, have a gander, have a squiz. Have a little looky-loo. Alright, further changes from today. Yesterday we listed a bunch of changes. Pretty cool, pretty good stuff. 02E will be deployed around 3 PM on April 10th. in your local time. That's now. Wait, what? Oh, tomorrow at around 3 p.m. April 10th. It's April 10th now. Huh? GMT plus 10 in your local time. I don't understand. Is that not right? That was 20 minutes ago. Oh, 8 a.m. April 10th. Huh? Did it just change before my eyes? Am I going crazy? Alright. I guess that's not my local time, despite saying my local time. It will contain all the changes we've posted about the past few days. All of them? No way. Crazy. I got the date wrong on that one, I think. I'm guessing it's tomorrow morning. Following list of changes are just the changes that have been made so far. These are not the only changes we are investigating, and they do not represent a full list of what players are reporting to us. Needs to be said. Yeah, but what about the other thing? Monster speed changes. Oh wow, lots. Many players have reported being overwhelmed by monsters. The cause of this is a variety of factors, and we're addressing them on a case-by-case basis. We've listed monster changes act by act below. We've also made the following changes more generally. Many human monsters, including cultists in Freythorn, Faradun, and tribal humans, have behavior where they can interrupt their melee attacks if the player moves too far out of range during their attack, especially for attacks that have multiple hits like swipe left to right. These interrupt events have been primarily removed, especially on things that were attacking very fast, as it caused the monsters to be relentlessly able to pursue. They were animation cancelling. Path of Exile 2 monsters were literally so try-hard. They were animation cancelling to catch us. Amazing. These interrupts have been primarily removed. Yep. Or use, giving you no time to engage or use skills between their attacks. The haste aura monster no longer appears on monsters that are already fast. Oh, that's a cool idea. Werewolf prowlers and tendril prowlers will now enter a walking stance as opposed to running after performing a melee action. So you have a bit of a chance after they do their lunge before they start chasing you again. That's cool. So they'll run, lunge, and then you have a bit of time to like attack them before they get back to you. They only begin running again if you get a certain distance away. So if you run, they'll start pursuing prey. It's like prey instinct, right? Predator instinct. It's being applied to many faster monsters. That's great. Design, it just sounds good. Sounds great. Hungering Stalkers have 12% less life and damage. They're already relatively weak, but we've lowered it a bit further to account for their high move speed. They're intended to engage and attack quickly, but be weak and die fast. Reduce the number of bloom serpents in the Red Veil. Plant snakes. Halve the number of venomous crabs in the hunting grounds. that helps with what I was talking about literally like not too long ago. The fact that they're like, there's so many of them and they all barrage you at the same time. Cultists in Freythorn no longer have interrupt events on their attacks as described above. Freythorn cultists wielding axes and maces now walk after performing a melee action. Same deal. Blood cretins on death blood pools have had their duration decreased from 6 to 4 seconds and fixed the area of effect to match the visual more closely. Great. Reduce the overall density of more challenging monsters in the Ogre Manor. Sounds like it's going to be a fair bit easier, honestly. The boulder ants in Titan Valley have been replaced by Risen Maraketh, as the area had too many monsters that had irritating movement. These are the roly ones, roly polies. Faradun have all been modified to remove the interrupt events on their attacks as described above. Diatusk boar and antlion chargers are now more likely to push you to the side instead of pushing you along. Nice. Lost City monster pack composition has been adjusted to result in less ranged monsters. Massively adjusted the Azak Bog, firstly by the aforementioned changes to interrupt events, but also changed the monster composition to less ranged and elites. Fixed an issue with Slither Spitter's poison spray in the Venom Crypts, dealing chaos damage instead of physical unintentionally. They were mentioning in the podcast that, on the Q&A, that there's actually not that many sources of chaos damage in the campaign. And green attacks aren't usually chaos. They can apply poison, which does chaos damage, but they don't actually deal chaos hit damage. But it sounds like they went and checked, and I was like, oh, okay, this one actually is doing chaos damage. It's good. I'm catching things they wouldn't have otherwise. We've also identified another issue that affects some areas in which potential monster spawn locations have inconsistent density. This leads to situations where some rooms are much denser with monsters than others in an unintended way. We have a fix for the problem, did not make it in the patch, will be deployed later. These are not the only changes we'll be making to monsters. Further changes will come in later updates. Sounds amazing. Definitely, like, not really things I personally called out, you know, I just kind of learned to deal with, but like reading through each one of these changes, I'm like, oh yeah, those guys were probably a bit much. Pretty much all of them, right? Like all of them are like, oh yeah, yeah, that sounds good. Oh yeah, those were pretty bad. Yeah, yeah. Viper boss is one of the more challenging bosses, so we made the following change. Lowered the amount and size of the Chaos Rain. The Chaos Rain was pretty tricky. You had to be very intentional about where you stood and moved for that. And wait and not move too much, which you often tend to over move when you're learning a fight. Cleaned up the visual left afterwards to make it easier to see the following drop locations. Oh yeah, the purple ones leave like the lingering blood or something like that. Uxmal had various quirks that made him somewhat annoying to fight. We made a few changes, reduced the number of times Uxmal changes locates during the fight. Who the hell's Uxmal? Which boss is that? Can no longer recharge energy shield while in the air. Uxmal uses his flame breath far less often. Which boss is that? Uxmal. The Chimera? Oh, the Trial Chimera specifically. Ah, right. I just always call it the Chimera, so... Okay, that makes sense. Oh, good. God, it was the worst. Reduce the number of times it changes locations. Hell yeah. Can no longer recharge an energy shield while flying. Hell yeah. So brutal, the double of that. It's like you play like a slow warrior. You just happen to have low DPS in there and you're like... Can't even break his energy shield before it flies off again. Oh, good, good. Zyclusion had some issues with visibility. The arena has had its ground foliage removed in order to make effects more visible. Bit hard to see the chill ground, yeah. Player minions. We've changed the way revive timers work. When your first minion dies, it sets the revive timer to 7.5 seconds. But each successive minion that dies increases it by less and less. This should heavily mitigate situations where most of your minions are dead, but the revive timer keeps resetting. Is that how it worked? Oof. Disenchanting a Bind, Spectre, or Tame Beast gem will unbind them, allowing you to use them again. No way! I didn't think that'd do that. Disenchanting. So you sell them to the disenchanting vendor. Players will not know how to do that. That is, maybe it'll say on the gem somewhere. People have no way of knowing how to do that. Tame Beasts can now fit through gaps the same size the player can. Oh, someone was mentioning that in chat earlier. They're like, don't tame big ones, they get stuck on doors. There you go. We don't have a lot of other player balance changes on top of the ones described yesterday. There were some nice ones there. We did manage to sneak in the following. Rally support is no longer restricted to strikes or slams, can support any melee attack. I think there were some issues with unarmed attacks not working for things as well, maybe like heralds and stuff. Glory used by Hammer of Gods and Spear of Solaris is no longer consumed if you're interrupted. Oh, amazing. That sort of change, that sort of thing needs to always be the case. I hate when cooldowns and stuff are removed when you're stunned. So brutal. 30-second cooldown and stun, consume the cooldown, nothing happens. Fixed a bug where blood boils from Ritualist didn't propagate if the monster exploded on death, such as when using Herald of Blood. Poor Ritualist was really getting punished by Herald of Blood. Couldn't you sacrifice rares, couldn't have blood boils work. Entire ascendancy disabled by the skill that you were intended to use with it. We've now finished adding all of the mods for runes to caster weapons. Really? No kidding. They all work with their own set of modifiers. Renly's abandoned shop in the Burning Village now has a blank rune which Renly can forge into any elemental rune of your choosing. Huh. Neat. I need to make a note to update my guide for that one. I never actually had a rune in there. I knew that, but I needed to update that. Maxroll guide updates. Exploration guide, Act 1. Renly. Let's get that updated. There's also, I'm gonna have to hunt down these as well, so gotta find where the Artificer Orbs drop. Artificer Orb drops at fixed locations throughout the campaign. 12 total Artificer Orbs. So if they're random exploration events like the rest, you'll probably get like 6 to 8 on average from that, which is great. That's a huge improvement. In addition to random drops and salvageable ones. Awesome. Way more Artificer Orbs and a rune of your choosing early on. We'll see how the rune drops themselves go, but the sockets were I was bottlenecking on hard. Really good. Ground foliage in many areas has had optimization pass for improved performance. That's all that made it into 02E, so this is coming out tomorrow, it sounds like. In like, I don't know, 19 hours? Following list changes that will be deployed after the weekend. They're not the only ones that were in the patch, these are just some that we already have. Charms. Charms is a system never adequately expanded on, and have several problems that we will be finally addressing. Overall, we want charms to be more useful and for you to be more easily able to use more of them. Firstly, charm changes. Charm slots on belt are now granted by implicit mods. Finally. That are added to belts depending on the level of the area that dropped them. Oh, so it's like global across the belts. It's not specific to types. I like that. It's a bit like granted skills. The number of slots is random up to a cap depending on how high level the belt is. You can use a divine orb to reroll the number of slots. I'm guessing my existing belt I have right now is not going to get one. Belts have one charm slot up to level 32. Up to 2 until level 64. So it's like an implicit. Maybe they will then. Up to 3 from level 65 onwards. So up to. They can have... It sounds like they have one. It's not up to. So they'll have 1 to 3 slots as an implicit. But the other one, the higher ones are level tiered. Great. Unique belts can always have up to 3, regardless of their level, it sounds like. Nice. For now, unique belts with mods that increase the number of charms will still be capped to 3. Later, we're going to remove the cap. It sounds, yeah, they were saying about having like 6 or something. I'm guessing they'll get like stacked in our inventory. In 2 rows there. Changes to charms themselves. Several charms are not protecting you from the hit. I know, right? Like, it's so confusing that was the case. Like, and did the rarity one even work on the kill that you did it with? Like, I don't even know, right? It's kind of iffy if it actually did. These cases have been fixed to work properly. Amazing. We've also done a pass on charm mods to make them more powerful. Some of them are so garbage. Like, the little guard ones are kind of okay. Charm charges gained is pretty good. Increased charges and stuff is fine, but like recover 3 mana when used. Ah, yes, that'll help me with my 730 mana pool. Excellent. I can't wait to get my 3 mana back. That only triggers when I like get poisoned or something. Stash tab affinities for socketables. Amazing. Tablets and trial keys and fragments. Huzzah! Breach expedition ritual. Amazing. I'm so happy. Oh. We'll also be adding charms to go in the flask stash tab. Nice. Or affinity. Atlas bookmarks. Yes, that's coming. These are coming after the weekend. Right clicking a node will allow you to create a bookmark by picking an icon and optionally adding a label. Love it. Awesome. That sounds great. Love being able to like make your own little notes on things in games. You have up to 16 bookmarks. These will appear as icons around the outside of your screen with a direction pointing you there. Sick. Or you can click them and it takes you instantly. Oh, even better. Yo, that sounds amazing. You can also view a list of bookmarks under the legend and click to go there. Oh, mwah. Beautiful. So this first change is going to be like, I'm a little like saddened by the fact that they're making these changes that like people who have had a bad leveling experience with the campaign got really frustrated and maybe like quit, or maybe they're still going. They're not going to feel a lot of the effort they put into these changes until like next league. Or if they happen to reroll. Because like, that stuff is just going to go be unfelt and unappreciated, but it's good for the future of the game, mate. It's good for the future, so very good. Something says for minions. And yeah, really, really good campaign improvements between rune stuff and the speed things there. Charm changes sound great always for everyone. And affinities is my favorite change for Endgame. So good. Good job, UI team. Get it going. Bookmarks and stash tab affinities, both going to be amazing, especially now with more interesting stuff on the map I want to come back for. Like, I've found 2 unique maps that I need to come back when I've got tier 11 maps. So I'm either going to have to just remember and find them again, but with bookmarks I'll be able to actually tag them for later. What's what Jimmy thinking about adding for your spot for Rake? It's like kind of surprisingly complicated question, because when you add extra sockets, you can start like actually, you don't just like add a socket out of nowhere. Often it might be like, okay, I'm gonna move this one from here to here, and then this one from here to here, and then add this one here. Like your strategy can change quite a bit with those extra sockets. So I'm gonna have to do some tinkering and thinkering about that one. Next one for Rake, what would it likely be? So that would be Rake's perfect. Would it be one of these ones? Potentially martial tempo for clearing. I don't know. I do kind of like it on Spearfield, but that could be swapped to AoE, like reach. So Spearfield could be, yeah, actually that makes sense. So probably about the time, and here's the other factor, right? It's like as your damage increases, also support gems that make sense change. Like if you have a really high damage spear and good gear in general, you can get away with using a really good utility gem that otherwise you wouldn't be able to, because you know your damage wouldn't be high enough. So like reach, for example, really kills your DPS at close range. But if you have like such good DPS that it doesn't matter, then reach is really, really good. So we could use, if we upgraded by the time we get a perfect job, I could put reach on Spearfield and then put martial tempo on Rake for like faster, more comfortable mapping. But then obviously that would potentially be different for bossing too. Like martial tempo doesn't really help much on bosses. Just a smidge, but it is really nice for zippy mapping. Have you considered grabbing deterioration for your build? What is deterioration? I need more words. I need like, you have to go name and category in PoE 2 because there's so many things in this game. It has to be like support gem, deterioration. Notable passive, deterioration. How do you get companion? Is it class specific? No, anyone can have one. They have a bit of a dexterity requirement though. It's Tame Beast gem and anyone can get it. You got a perfect jewelers from Aventus contraption? Yo, congrats. Juicy. So if you haven't figured out how the wisps work yet, they get the eventual rare that it goes into drops more loot the more of its enchanted like creatures that you kill. So you want to like let them get empowered by it if you can. So that one was a fair few, so scored me an alchemy, which doesn't sound like a lot, but alchemies are really rare, so all of that monster's juice went into that one rare drop. Yeah, I have a lot of guide on Trial of Sycamores. If you want to learn more about Trial of Sycamores for ascending or farming, I have guides for you. My what is it? Actually realistic farming guide that I made late in the season last time. You may not have seen. That's really good for farming. That's all up to date, really. Any changes have only made it easier, honestly. And the ascending guide is also up to date too. So I'll get your ascendancies in there. Yo, gem cutters. Or some of you guys and saw you live. Thanks, Cost. Thanks for dropping by, mate. Appreciate that. Have you considered using the notable deterioration on the PoE 2 passive tree? Excellent, thank you. While playing the game alive, IRL. Thanks for specifying that last part. I didn't want to, I'm glad that I will be alive while doing this. Deterioration. Is that how you spell it? Okay, this one is to deter. That should be enough, right? You weren't specific enough. You didn't tell me where it was. Where is it? Like over here or something? The highlighting needs to be a little brighter, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, this one. Damaging ailments cannot be inflicted on you while you already have one. Increased magnitude of damaging ailments you inflict. Yeah, it's not too shabby. I'm not like super convinced it's worth the passives yet, but later on maybe. There's kind of a situation where like when I get another, 7 or so levels, I have a few options to consider, and that is probably one of them. I think there's that. There's fast acting toxins. Those are both options. There's like coming up here for crit. There's like getting oh, I already got cooked. There's this crit down here too. So there's a few options there. Can you anoint it? I've anointed the knockback node, which is probably better, especially because the ones on the way here are kind of fine. Yeah. But also, since my damage is a lot from Spearfield, I'm hesitant to go into pure bleed magnitude. Oh, I missed the break. All right, hold on, I'll be back. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Short break. Hello, welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Please test Ziggy. Is there a streamer doing a simple build you could ask? What am I testing? Inspiring ally for increased damage for a companion also affects you. Yeah, it's not bad. So it's 20% per point, but then you have to minus 1 point. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 20 divided by 5. Hold on, wait. 20, 40, 60, 80, 80 averaged out over 5. So 80 divided by 5 is 16 per point. So 16% damage per point is better than most passives you can get. So it is actually legitimately pretty good. Because like you look at these physical runs around they're 12s. 10, 10, 12, 12, 12. It's like definitely above average. And there is a little bit more as well you can get. So I had, even pre-launch, I was like, I should get that. There's some here too. This one. This one. And then the other ones are kind of meh. And there's one here too, this one passive. Think of that as well. The only thing is that your companion is sometimes not in your presence and sometimes dead. So it's 16 compared to like 12 average for good nodes, but sometimes your minion's dead. So that's kind of the trade-off there. But as you find less and less nodes worthwhile, it's potentially worth considering. Yeah, you can 3 one of the runes now. Aside from the fact that Blood Boil wasn't apparently working properly, would this setup work for Ritualist? It would, yeah, now that they're fixing it. I think Amazon's probably better until you get really good rings, though. I keep forgetting about testing Empire's Grasp as well, because people weren't responding to me. I'll try and get on testing that. Oh, let's go. Do it this way. How do you feel about the one that bleeds as if it was moving? It is mandatory on a bleed build that you get some source of aggravate. So I like that cluster. The keystone I'm not a big fan of, because 1 second bleeds I think is just too low. You can't really do much else with that except just be raking constantly, which I think is pretty bad. It will make your yeah, I don't know, I guess it's pretty easy to aggravate anyway with the other stuff, and the other nodes are good. There are some other options. There's like some uniques that you can use to get aggravate. I have a couple sources of aggravate. I've got aggravate on detonating my Bloodhound's Mark curse. Mark even. Mark. Hey, logbook. Nice.
What's this then? Danig might know.
I like a logbook. At least I love logbooks in PoE 1. PoE 2's whole expedition has been a sad shadow by comparison. Can I jump over here? Yeah! Huge jump! Screen size jumping over. That's why I like to have Thunderous. Thunder Crash, whatever it's called. Thunderous Leap, that one. Whee! Yeah, you have to have aggravate just because, like, you can use knockback, but even in a knockback build, you don't want to rely on just that. There are some bosses that you can't knock back. They're just big bosses that sit still. You need aggravate bleed on them, or you're doing like hardly any damage. You just have to have a source of aggravate. It is necessary. Hopefully in the future there's like more and more ways of doing that. Pretty sure Ziggy doesn't know what half the new uniques are. Half is being generous. I know like 10 of the new uniques. There's so many. When will I have had time to look at them? Mate, you can tell me about it. If you found a cool unique, tell me about it. I looked at like the spears and the bucklers, I think. That's about it.
Go on.
Yeah. That one's not too shabby. Armor's a bit low. Turn that off for a second. Wisdom Reduction Life double res is pretty good though. Open prefix. Could get a pretty good amount of armor with a lucky exalt. Gotta try. Major Quarterstaff, Flask Recovery, nah. Show me Exalt Gamba. 7 to 7 thorns, typical. Are you still in my inventory? The charm changes, I like the charm changes. I'm excited about those. I already feel like I'm happy with the fact that I actually invested in charms and they feel like they're doing something. I almost feel like they're going to need more charms if we're going to have up to 6 charm slots. Maybe I'll just free up some investment, but having like up to 6 charm slots does suggest that investment into charms will be more worthwhile, right? Like when you can't really invest into like, you know, damage and movement speed while you have an active charm when you only have 1 charm. It doesn't make any sense. 3, I'm actually starting to think about it. But 6, we could have a charm up for every day of the every minute of the hour, every second of the minute. You can configure the highlight on the settings next to search in the passive tree. Huh? Plug in a controller to see if you get more options when searching the skill tree. There's some more options there. If you're using a controller only somehow. It's rare for controllers to have more quality of life than PC. Interesting. Guess it was necessary because you guys can't like do this so easily. Cool. There's a jump to or something. Oh, thanks. I'm not gonna plug in a controller just for that. Logbook. Hopefully it's a pog book. We'll find out. God, I can't wait for the changes here so I can stop having to scroll between my tabs like this. Reduce charm charges used, increase duration. Let's stash a couple of these guys. Bam. I'll need that one. You can't craft these anymore, yeah? Yeah. Wait, was I still doing this map? Or did I finish it? I don't actually remember. Backwash. I think I'm still doing it. Why did I leave? Why did I dance with death? Now, which one's that again? Oh, that's the one without a shield? The shields are awesome. Dance with this sucks. Also, skill speed, like, makes us feel a little faster and, like, do a little bit more damage, but not really. Not that much. Doesn't have that much of an impact on this build. Also, I'm not a degenerate clear speed addict. It is map completed. Said map complete on the Atlas screen? Oh, I'm an idiot. Cool. Good to know. Expedition might be worth it with the combinators. Yeah, I'm going to do my logbook now. Danig. Let me decipher it.
This logbook contains the tale of a small fishing village that outlasted most of the major Kalguran settlements in the era. They set themselves up on an isolated atoll around a small internal...
An isolated what now? Excuse me? Oh, atoll, of course. An atoll.
Not ventured, not gained.
Already quantity there. Let's see what we've got. This is an expedition logbook if you haven't seen one before. It's a giant version of the expedition encounters. We have 18 explosives to place. We can have double ones like this and this. Rarity and number of magic monsters. Inflict bleeding on hit. Quantity. Spawn with additional 15 life missing. We want to ideally hit a few of these remnants first is the idea. So that you can then buff everything after that point. So it's nice to find just a trail of a couple good ones. So we've got quantity of artifacts, quantity of artifacts. This side is probably the better side to start. Even though that one over there was pretty good. But we do want to also make sure that the modifiers aren't just going to murder me. But these seem doable. We also want to check for any bosses. There is a depth over there, but I don't see a boss. So I've got like quantity of artifacts in chests here. Number of rare monsters, pack size. We could loop around this way and then try and aim to hit that underground. It seems like a long way to travel, but it might work. Oof. Maybe I can redo that. Don't really need that armor. Let's come this way. Hey, Booth! Thanks for the 23-month sub, mate! It's been almost 2 years since I've seen the unsub button. I know it's out there somewhere. They've done a good job of hiding these things away with their anti-consumer behavior. I shall find it once again and become victorious. Maybe next month, mate. Good luck. Well, they're getting pretty spicy there. The regen one can be a little bit annoying, but oh well. Let's go all in on this, eh? Eh. Yeah. Okay, I have 10 left here. Can I get all the way around? Nah, but we might want to go hit those markers over there, maybe. Maybe I can go this way? Seems unlikely I can get back if I go this way. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Quantity of items, 30% chance to avoid damage from hits. Oh, it's pretty annoying. Okay, man, if I come out this way though, I have to like backtrack or something. 75 damage is extra chaos. Good heavens. 5 will not get me around the top. Screw it, I'm backtracking. Suboptimal! Ziggy, don't, it hurts! I got the depth though. That's the main thing. Terrible. Just terrible. Definitely not worth the time to replan it though. Expert placement, 10 out of 10. Shh, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's perfect. It's beautiful.
Let's see what
I'll hear no
shakes
argument.
loose.
Is there any point in taking Crimson Assault for aggravating bleed? Or overall bleed nodes give it a higher chance of aggravating bleed? I don't rate Crimson Assault very much. There are builds probably where it makes sense, where you're using it effectively as just like a little damage multiplier for your attacks. You're just slamming away with one skill, you'd maybe take this. If you're actually trying to do big bleeds, I think you'll want to take this, especially if you're crit scaling. So since we're crit scaling, we want the big bleed. I think we want this. If I was just using Spearfield, I don't know why I'd do that. I would use Crimson Assault, but it doesn't really make sense otherwise.
From the earth.
The avoid damage is going to be annoying when they avoid my rake. Hopefully we get a decent little pile of artifacts there. I'll have to look at how much they cost and whether I want to try and craft with them or whether it hurts too much to do that because they're better to sell. A shiny quiver. It's the old stun quiver from PoE 1. It's back. Is that one of the new ones? I feel like it was already here. Oh, I didn't craft. Whoops. Just a normal one. Doesn't actually drop any artifacts or anything. I noticed that using Incision, are they worth it? I think Incision's great. I think people are sleeping on the Incision. You can use it as a damage booster for your bleeds in single target situations in big bosses. 20% increased damage taken, maintained easily. You can use it as a bleed application source so that you don't have to use like Lacerate or something. I think it's good. Works well here. But not every build's necessarily going to want to go into them, but I think it makes a lot of sense for us. So you can combine Incision application with the Bloodlust support to ensure that a skill applies incisions but can never consume them. So that's obviously very good for that. 10 incisions make enemies take 10% increased damage, 20% increased damage. Because you can just have that up permanently to scale your hit and bleed. The knockback. They're like, whoosh, it feels like a baseball batting them across. Like the old baseball bat in Worms, in the Worms games. In the water. Ow. That's just rude. Oh yeah, they're doing the random curse on hit. Now.
From below.
Multiple unique drops. Whoop. They're getting a little juiced up now. I feel like the Scythe artifact drops have been alright. No, drowning orbs, ew. Hello, drops, loot, anything? Oh, well, I regret building my whole strategy around coming to this underground piece of shit. Boo! Heralds are missing spirit cost on the gem. Are they? Oh, I didn't notice that. This is right there. Preservation, 30 spirit. At least for Herald of Blood.
Yes.
Rear guard, 9 to 20 fears, armor, projectile speed, plus 18 block chance. Good old rear guard. I think any of the new ones probably highlighted. I'm guessing that's not worth any money. I could see people wanting to use it in hardcore, but... Oh, did I have a boop recently? Oh, I did. Evasion, crit bonus, magnitude of damaging elements, debuff 6 faster, poison. That's a really good one. It's gone though, isn't it? Oh my god, it's not gone? I'm getting that chill. Oh. If they respond to me. Now what was I doing? Rear guard. Oh yeah, and we're trying to get those two. Spoon of boops if you don't listen to them? I literally did not even hear it. Looks like my rolls are moderate. We got 22 of these little goobers. What are they worth? Expedition. 22 of those is worth how much? 6 exalts? I mean, that's not too bad for a map, I suppose. Meh, whatever. Catalyst. Frost breath, I don't think it's worth anything. So why'd you end up dropping hemo crystals? I didn't really feel like I was doing too much and was stripping the bleeds, which stops the bleed being on the monsters, obviously, which means Spearfield doesn't knock them back. You can reapply it, but I found it more annoying than it was helping. Like I didn't feel like it was helping much. I think maybe later on, once you've got like lots and lots of damage, maybe it might start doing enough from those incidental bleeds, which were pretty small, right? So like the bleeds being applied there were tiny. So the hemocrystals were tiny and doing nothing. I think once you've got giga damage, it might make sense to test and use it again, because then it might actually like kill monsters outright. In which case it'll be a clear speed buff and worth using. Now, I was trying to test these guys, wasn't I? Let's try again, eh? I think like the normal knockback away from you is probably good most of the time. There might be some shenanigans with these though. Someone will actually respond ever. Is that really the same person? No. Those characters are slightly different. Okay. Yay, someone responded. There's a bug with hemocrystals and Herald of Blood. They what? Wait, who mentioned that? GGG. I missed that. That might have been why I felt bad, like I wasn't doing anything. Maybe it literally wasn't. Oops. I hate that. It looks like a... It looks like the trade invite. But it's the other party. I'm contributing to the problem. But... that's the way it goes. Unfortunately. Thanks, Liquid. I am gonna have bad resist. Very bad resist. Yes. Okay, but maybe we can test anyway, just carefully. Let me... I'm gonna go for a vial on him. Probably test first, but where's the fun in that? Not that many. That is more than enough. Give me the Vile Orb. Go. Oh, it rolled over. Did it? Wait, no, what? It rolled down? So the mod's changed. I should always pin it first. Okay, so the life is over. The strength was like middling. I think it went down. Fizz is like the same as it was. And then the armor went down way below. So it's got less armor than they normally have. That's a net negative, I think. Strength went down. Armor went down. Ooh. Yucky. Only the life on kill went up, which is like, okay. Very good. I guess I'll put a fire resistance rune in there for now. Disregard, they were talking about Ritualist Blood Boil. Gotcha. Did I already put a map in here? I guess I did. Oh no, it's because the portals don't disappear now. That's why. I'm used to tracking whether I've been in there by that. Of course, it's the expedition portal. That makes sense. 59 more monster life. Like, these monsters will be nice and tanky for testing purposes. Let's try the crypt. Have to be a little bit careful about elemental damage. What hideout is that? Temple hideout? Shrine hideout. That's the one. It says right there. Yes, come to me. Get over here. It's gonna get me killed, you know. There's gonna be some like magic monsters doing their, you know, little pop-up elemental things, and I'm just gonna be pulling them onto me. It's gonna be amazing. I think in theory there's this situation where you have like a bunch of spears stacked in front of you and then you end up pulling them onto those. But I don't really know if it's better than just pushing them back onto the other spears behind them anyway. I'm trying to think of if there's much advantage here. It's a slight defensive downgrade, pulling the enemies onto you instead of keeping them off you. Possibly a slight DPS increase, but I suspect not more than you'd get from some, you know, flat physical damage and accuracy on gloves, which are, you can get a lot of DPS on gloves. Accuracy, flat fizz, attack speed. Those are all options there. And if you're going to be running gloves without, like, resists or life anyway, then you maybe want to go big DPS gloves like that on a rare instead. Wonder if the conk effect would get the spears to stack up more. It does with repeated casts, because normally you can do 1, 2, and then the first one goes away partially. But with concentrated effect, you can do 3 on top of each other without any disappearing. And it's just because there's a hard limit on the maximum number of spears, which is 70. It looks kind of satisfying, but yeah, I don't know. It sometimes does really just like full scorpion pull them to you. I just know there's going to be some exploding modifier monsters soon though. Yeah, for the little purple goobers. Stay away from me. They taste like burning. The stag is here. Stag talisman. Increased exposure effect. Also concentrate the monsters on top of explosions. Yeah, I wonder how their like hitboxes interact with each other, if they'd like jiggle around. Vasa, the Deathakara. I think this is the one we fought earlier. It is. There again. I don't know where she is. She's hiding. There you are. Dedge. Ooh. She got the unique. She was wearing it. What unique was she using? Was the build any good? Let's find out. She was using spells have chance to inflict withered with spell damage chaos. A cute little low level one, I believe it normally is. She might well have withered me. I didn't notice. Use any caltrops? I'm not using caltrops at all. I do have hazard scaling, but I still don't think caltrops would be worth it. But I could be wrong, but I think I'm probably not. Caltrops seem like a complete meme skill to me, but except if you're in a Thorns build, since I guess I have Thorn scaling. I don't think they get your flat Thorns damage though. I think they only get your Thorn increased damage. So I could be wrong about that, but I think niche. Niche. Also, I don't really dodge roll anyway, so as you'll notice, I use disengage. If they worked on disengage, I probably still wouldn't use it, but I would consider it slightly longer. I want to like caltrops. I love the idea of skills like that. It's a cute little utility thing, but the cost of a spirit cost, even if it didn't cost any spirit, I probably wouldn't use it. I'm not gonna lie. Even if it didn't cost any spirit, I wouldn't use it. I just don't have gem sockets for that. Like, I can't justify a gem socket for that effect. Mathil isn't even using them on Thorns. Okay, if even a Thorns build isn't using them, then that's a pretty devastating review. I don't think there's an appreciable effect of the Empire's Grasp. And like, my current gloves have no DPS on them, right? So like, if I were to compare them to a gloves with DPS on them, then that would be probably a substantial loss. Surprised I haven't died with no resistances though. I kind of like that spacing that it gives me too. It's like the knockback pushing them away puts them a little further away for rake to do its damage. Whereas pulling them on top of me means I can't really rake very effectively. I don't get as much room to maneuver. And I don't get as much travel distance for the damage scaling. So I think it's cute, but I don't really think it helps. Imagine if that guy's doing his explosion, I'll just yoink him onto me. It's exactly what he wants. That's what he wants. Oh, I missed a rare like in the main path back there. Ew. As a speed user, do you want skill speed or attack speed or both? Attack speed works. Skill speed is usually the less available, more widely applicable. So it works for anything. Spells and all that. You mostly want attack speed, but you're not going to say no to skill speed if it's there and, you know, if it's in good numbers. Skill speed literally is just attack speed for you as a spear user typically. It might like affect the ability to cast a curse or a mark or something a little bit faster. That's about it. They're sick. I'm memeing with them, the caltrops. You are? Yeah. I'm glad there's at least a caltrop fan out there. You make me happy. Does make me think I should buy myself try and resell my bad Empire's Grass. Yeah, it does make me think I should probably try and get myself some higher DPS gloves, but the resist, I might have to upgrade a couple items at once for that one. I feel like I'm still progressing pretty comfortably with that. Needing any major upgrades right now? I don't believe you're worth anything. Yes, crit. Okay, but enough to worry about. What are you? Exposure effect. Talisman. Crit chance. Cold damage. Boo. Cast speed also work? Is that spell casting? Not spear casting. If we were fishing, maybe. That might be spear casting. No, cast speed is for spells, yeah. Doesn't affect you. I need a 4 mod for the Nexus. We're Nexusing. Nexusing? Nexusing? That's, so maybe that one or this one if I alch well. Steel charges, monster life, monster packs, quantity rarity. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 mods. I need an exalt. Extra energy shield. Ugh. Okay, let's try and exalt this one. Wait, no, you only need 4 mods anyway, don't you? Not 3, you need 4. Oh. I could have used that one before I ruined it. Here is our Nexus. There we go. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I suppose technically the first non-meme weapon type that's actually used for fishing IRL. What do you mean meme weapons? What about the fishing rods? You can't say those are meme weapons. After the Surfcaster was a thing. Surfcaster's absolutely a meme though. Whee!
Bloody fossil. Get from below.
Let's go. You ever get the feeling like you're just running backwards through the map? I do, all the time. Especially when I'm delirium. I love that they're increasing the duration of this significantly. The molten shells can take a pounding, can't they? I saw someone using caltrops with pin modifiers, and there's another where pin can't perform action. That's pin in general now, isn't it? Wait, no. Pin stops movement. It counts as a stun. Doesn't that do that now anyway? I would be impressed if the caltrops are doing enough damage to actually pin them, though. I guess you can just like keep rolling in place, so it could kind of work. Dang it. Stop to pick up a gem. Delirium ends. Sorry, no time for that. 4 stacks is alright, I guess. Oh, I keep getting kill rare monsters on the Nexus maps. I love the when it's a boss map and you get double boss. Because I love boss maps, so what's better than boss map? Double boss map, obviously. Hello, over here. Come back at you. Huntress VA is so good. Can't believe it's the same person's ranger. You yeah, she was saying that the kind of the thing for the ranger was that she was supposed to be quite stoic. So and the way that you do voice acting for these things, you don't really have like a lot of context for the lines, so they had to be somewhat plain. So I think I can understand if the ranger felt like a little uninteresting due to the stoicness of simple lines, maybe not really having quite as much chance to display that character. Takes a lot more to communicate a stoic character in an interesting fashion, I feel. But obviously the Huntress is a bit more energetic and kind of a memer, so a bit more chance to show that character. A bit more over the top shields. I like it too. The voice actor commented on my YouTube channel where I was showcasing the Huntress skills. Huntress is pretty funny. Yeah, Merc's pretty funny too. Yeah, I like good old Mercs. Legend. Hi, Rog. Got any more of those pog books for me? Monsters penetrate chaos resistance, pack size, quantity of artifacts, expedition logbooks. Oh, can't reach. Okay, let's go quantity of artifacts first here. And then, still can't reach. Rude. There's a rat hiding in here somewhere. Awkward.
That's the thrill of the hunt. Oh,
Yoink.
come on, Andy.
I'm actually pretty shot on those regals. Give me those regals. So rare. Those drops. You leave me alone. I'm trying to place things here. Ugh. What? Can't even put it anywhere. No, it's the best I can do, okay? It's crap, Rog. It's crap. You didn't give me much to work with here, buddy. Real bad, mate. Sorry, it's not your fault. You're not responsible for where the ancient civilization left their shit. Maybe just bring more explosives next time.
From the earth.
Very good. Boop, 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 boop. This gameplay looks so fun, but LS outperforms it so much. Yeah, you can't worry about that too much in early access for Perfect Film. It's you can't worry about what other builds are doing and how they play. You just have to try and play the builds you think won't be as zoomy at first. That's a good idea generally. Like, I played Mercenary Grenadier first at launch, and I'm glad I did because it was really fun. I loved it, and it played the way probably the game's vision was intended to play. And then I played, like, you know, a silly build afterwards, and I'm glad I did it in that order, not the other way around. Hello, Woody. Thanks so much for the raid, mate. Welcome, folks. I am playing Bleed Spearfield Knockback on the Amazon Huntress at the moment. Just getting stuck into the endgame after taking a little bit of time off the last day or two, but did catch the Q&A and all that good stuff. And we just checked out the new kind of what's coming tomorrow post and next week. Some very good stuff in there, right? Appreciate it, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, folks. I have been thoroughly enjoying my Huntress action, honestly. Even enjoyed the campaign quite a lot. But I'm a degenerate who enjoys punishment. What can I say? I enjoy suffering. I enjoy struggle. Incision on Spearfield. I do use Incision on Spearfield. Yep. And when we go into a potent single target situation, which I haven't found one that warrants it yet because we do too much damage for the bosses, but if we do, we can put Bloodlust on the Spearfield, which maintains 20 incision stacks for giant bleed scaling. It's very good. Overlooked. Not many bleed people doing it. It's a good setup. But I love this build. The boss, the clear is fun and interactive, but not fast, really. You have to go kind of maximum effort if you want to go real fast, using all your movement skills and everything. But it's all right, you know. Like I said, it's the sort of build you'd want to play first before you played like rower-mounted lightning spear throw, which is like this season's Spark. It looks like. But this is a very like fun interactive playstyle. But as far as boss killing though, this is up there. This is very fun boss killing. Lots of boss mega brapping. I think this is the Nexus, so we'll get a boss in a second here. Off this one, I think, maybe. Is that the boss? That is the boss, I believe. There goes the boss. Very nice. I am navigating from Corrupted Nexus to Corrupted Nexus, mounting towers as I go to search for them and cool unique maps, and every time we complete one I move up a tier, and it's been pretty nice progression. I'm seeing people blast to tier 15 and then like only have 3 quests done and be like, I'm having a terrible time, so don't do that. But they obviously need to think about that with the design. That's obviously an issue. Shall we add more strong boxes to maps? I kind of want the more shrines. Let's go the shrine side, I think. Down this way. We're done in here. Since you play so many different games, e.g. Indie Triads, do you think you're more accustomed to, than the average player to regularly changing playstyle? I think it does help, yeah. And jumping between action RPGs means I have a pretty easy time adapting to like changes in the game and also controls games too. Like I can jump between click to move and WASD and stuff like that because I play other games that are twin stick style and stuff. I killed 5 times expedition bosses on on difficulty 4 earlier, but didn't finish the quest line. I'm really hoping the progression feels better for the side content this time around because it was just like non-existent last time. I'm worried it's still going to be kind of the same. I still think it looks super top heavy, but it does look like the progression so far has been far more interesting. Maps have been far more interesting. I'm like finding these unique ones. I've got a Pharaoh Megalith here and another one over here. I did a Untainted Paradise earlier. The average, like the cleansed and corrupted maps are more interesting. There's unique modifiers on them now, like an extra wandering boss and things like that. Pretty cool. We should check to see, now that I just cleansed this one, if there's any of those bosses. I kind of wish I had an icon. Is this better than Twister build? I haven't looked at the Twister build, so I couldn't tell you. I have to imagine when set up correctly, the Twister build clears pretty fast. I don't know how the single target is now. Probably really good in tight arenas, I have to imagine. This is on a bit of a budget setup. I've got a 15x spear. Most of the other items are around the 5 exalt range, except the ring I upgraded for like 10 exalts recently. And I think the jewels, one of them might be like 20. So I've started making some upgrades out of my initial budget setup. Tier 6s. We are on tier 6 now, aren't we? I believe so. I think we just went to tier 6. No, tier 7 now. Do I actually have any tier 7s? It's been very consistent because you are always given the exact maps you need to progress if you so desire. We'll see if that changes at all. If I regal you, I can do a 3-to-1. Get another rare one here. Oh, nice. Ziggy also did get 2 hands-on playthroughs early to get used to stuff like parry and stuff. Yeah, it gave me a huge advantage in like understanding how the class worked, how to play it. I had a great time leveling. Like it bought me no small amount of ire from various parts of the Pub of Exile community because I enjoyed my campaign leveling this time around. But again, I enjoy being punished. I enjoy a very difficult experience, and I also had the advantage of like figuring out how all the skills interact and how to parry, and like I knew how to parry like every enemy and stuff like that, right? I've also really focused on like leveling experience in general and, you know, documenting it and studying it. So I know like all the tools available to me. I know where every point of exploration is in the campaign that gives you like a skill gem or an uncut support gem or something. And all that stuff makes a pretty big difference. So I definitely had a huge advantage in that regard. That helped me enjoy things more. It's a lot of life and a bit of a resistance, but not a lot else going on otherwise. With a lucky exalt, it could be something a little spicy. I like to have a gamble. Mana is not really what I was looking for. 6 cold rares is also not what I was looking for. Unfortunate. How's that fizz roll? Tier 5? Yeah. 2 charm slots, 99 life, 30 res. Oh yeah. And fast charge gain belt. Okay, okay. Better sell this now before before the patch comes in. Yeah, that's a good one. We might have to yeah, the exalt can only really land like armor anyway, so It's barely worth doing, but I'll do it anyway because, you know, gambling. 59 armor? Ugh. Yucky. Let's go 18. We'd want to sell this sooner rather than later, if we can help it. +3 lightning with lots of cast speed and mana. Those are high rolls. Okay, more gambling. 70 lightning damage. Spell damage with mana. That's pretty good potential Archmage stuff. Just no one uses staves though. They're a bit undercooked, unfortunately. We go with the +3 cast speed and mana first. Add the lightning in. And there's enough there. But yeah, even with those rolls, it's maybe not worth that much. Oh well. It happens. Is that a mod you're using to check the prices? That is Exiled Exchange 2. It is a third-party piece of software that allows it. Makes it much easier to price check and stuff like that. It's really good. What was I picking up next, though? I have totally forgotten. We can just get some crit chance for now. That's fine until I figure out what I want next. I haven't really been having any obvious problems. So, just give me some crit chance. And, okay. Let's go see what we have. Amazing our streamers never DC. I mean, I have disconnected and had crashes as well. I'm not somehow immune to them just by virtue of having my OBS turned on. It doesn't provide any layers of protection, unfortunately for me. I am just on the Australian servers, mate, and if you crash on a different server, it's because I'm not on the same server, right? Tornado Burb is pretty brutal, yeah. You come back at a higher level and try again, or you get real good at doing it.
You are the cause of great misery.
There's a shrine back there that I missed, but yeah, we'll grab it on the way back around or something. This is one of the cleansed maps, so we have the very weird looking fetid monsters, which drop only currency in maps and golds. But there is also plenty of normal monsters in here too, but like this big guy here, they're pretty gross looking. They look yucky. Regal Orb. Wow. Those don't drop. Currency drops. Oh yeah. I do actually get some decent currency from these maps. And the times where I've done some like 6 property rare maps and stuff in here as well, definitely felt some pretty noticeable currency dropping from them. I should try and do some a little bit more, I think. Do you like puns or do you find them too punishing? I don't mind a pun. I am a father now, after all. There was like a lot of variance this campaign, which was, there has been, like, already, there already was a lot of variance in a pretty difficult campaign. But that was definitely like made worse this season, even though like there was actually more loot dropping in the campaign than usual because of Rogue Exiles especially, and Strongboxes and the Wisps. So like, I didn't nerf any loot drops. We actually had more loot dropping than ever, but we were a bit weaker, and the damage at the beginning was worse, and then the balance changes and the unintended stuff I talked about in the Q&A made kind of the tightrope walk that happens much narrower, much more shaky, which meant like if you got a little bit unlucky with gear, you felt it way more, and that happens, right? Like I got unlucky with gear, but it was just on my shield and move speed boots. Like it took me ages to get upgrades for them. I literally went into maps with a level 12 shield, so I had it, but I didn't have it on my weapon. And that helps a lot. If you had it on your weapon, you really, really felt it. Because, you know, your damage was so borderline anyway. But yeah, obviously, like I said, I enjoy a struggle, but if very experienced players are struggling a lot, then how's the average player going to feel all the time, right? That is obviously a big issue. But the changes look really good. The changes I talked about in today's posts are going to make a huge difference, I think. And it's going to make the campaign more fun for everyone, myself included. Like, I have like a mild concern about things becoming too easy, but I'm not really that worried about that because you can kind of adjust the difficulty yourself. Like, if things get a bit too easy now for experienced players, we just go a bit faster and then things get hard again. Like, we can adjust our own difficulty, right? You can turn the difficulty up by just like, you know, not killing as much, not spending as much time gearing. And then things get hard again. So you just like speedrun it a bit more. So I'm not too worried about this idea of like making the campaign like super easy. There'll obviously be a point where it would be like, okay, this is just like, you know, 1 hour blast through the campaign and there was never an engaging moment. Wouldn't want to go too far that way, but I doubt that's going to happen. Woo! Let me through. Stuck on a dang tree. Where is my boss? Yalta the Loathsome. She might be over here. I'm looking forward to that change with showing all the res and bosses on the map and that. Oh yeah. There is a major health increase from Act 2 to boss Act 3, where I went from one-shotting everything except rares and bosses to Act 2 having to hit 242. Yeah, there's been some kind of like moments like that. I'm surprised you say there though. For me, like the end of Act 2, I find is a pretty big difficulty spike. A lot of people struggle with the Dreadnought and the Pale King. He's a pretty big one. Whereas I feel like the beginning of Act 3 is quite easy, personally. I'm not sure, maybe I misread what you're saying. She can be a little dangerous. Do 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 do. Come on then.
The hunt is on.
The roll on the spikes is so good. I love it. Bye. To be a little bit more careful with her because she can bonk you. It's one of the biggest weaknesses of a build like this is slams. Since evasion does nothing and neither does block. So all our defenses don't work against the slam. But you can just kind of wait for her to roll on the Spearfield. An action which she regrets, I'm sure. Someone linked me unique boots had rainbow coloring and text. Oh yeah, that's that'll be the new foiled uniques from what's the face, the Reliquary. I've had those in Path of Exile 1 for quite some time. I think they only just now made their way into PoE 2. But yeah, there's a rare key thing that you can drop that opens a map that lets you get a foiled rare, a foiled unique. They're otherwise identical, but they are shiny. But player slams still need accuracy? How's that fair? I see your support gems? Yeah, in the description on YouTube, Ten Hut has all my gems on there, mate. There's a link in there to the planner. Poison duration, companion damage. So you can get 20%, up to 20% companion damage on jewels too. It does make the companion damage conversion node a bit more attractive, so you could do that. Could be worth including on the jewel. My jewel search. Do 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 do. Dumpity dump. What's next? So I'm gonna go hit this tower so that we can get a read. I don't see any corruption in there. So this will be hopefully peeking our next one over this way. The Bloodwood. Double added damage. Spicy. How much you feel accuracy depends somewhat on the nature of your skills too. Like if you're playing a grenadier and you're just blowing things up in a big area and you're like often close to the enemies, then you're not really gonna feel accuracy so much. And also like accuracy against just normal enemies can be not too problematic, except at very long ranges. But once you start getting like higher end enemies or a bit more evasive enemies or whatever, that can make a big difference potentially. Yeah, and how much dexterity you end up getting makes a difference too, right? If you just incidentally need to get a lot of it. I think the layout of this map wants us to like kind of make sure we wiggle back and forth as we go. Bit of light radius would go pretty hard in here to reveal more of the map so you don't miss little indentations in the middle. Ooh, go fast, Shrine. Time to zoom. Ooh, pustules. The knockback is so good with the heist throne as well. Yes. Whee! Haste Shrine, Path of Exile does not fit the vision. But it feels so good though. It feels so good. It feels so illegal. The taboo-ness of it, just knowing that it's against the vision so much. Oh, scaling duration. Acceleration Shrine, I love you. Dead end. Nothing. You're wasting my acceleration Shrine right now. A little whip around the tree. Whee! Aw, fun over. Do you think they'll remove the Frenzy Charge skill once they get parry in a good spot? I doubt they'll remove it now that they've done it. Probably doesn't cost much just to leave it in the game at this point. Yeah, no, I don't think they'll remove that Call of the Week one. Not anytime soon, at least. Oh, unique! 32 packs of monsters. Aberrations of Chaos. Contains an additional unique item, corrupted with an additional socket. So I got really excited when I read that the first time because I found one of these in the campaign. And then I realized that, oh, additional socket can mean that it only gets one. Additional compared to what it might have had otherwise, which may just be one. It really should be like, corrupted with an additional socket in addition to the socket that it could normally have or something, I don't know. Anyway, I can fight a lot of monsters here. This thing keeps going for a while. These trials will end when time does, and then they will begin once again. You fight like a bunch of these like vile enemies just back to back. Bit of an awkward spot for it to be though. Whoa, you don't use Herald of Blood? I'm using Herald of Blood. See the blood explosions? Is just because you're not seeing the icon? I'm pretty sure there's an option to not put the icons up there. They don't tell you anything useful, so I don't really see the point of putting them up there. I'd rather only have icons that are actually telling me contextual buffs. Although I do notice that, oh yeah, well the fizz damage aura is contextual. It's only when the beast is close to me, so that's why that's there, I suppose. Yeah, I turn those optional buffs off. Unnecessary information. Just like life bars. Life bars are somewhat helpful, admittedly. Enemies. A spear that I crafted has 395 PDPS and possible melee skills, but it doesn't have accuracy. Is that going to screw me over for ascendancy? I mean, that's still a very good spear, so you probably want to use it for a while until you can eventually replace it. Or you could sell it to someone who's not playing Amazon, like because they're playing Rituals or something, and then use the money to buy one with accuracy. Assuming you're playing trade. If you're not playing trade, then well, you know. Enjoy your DPS and just don't take that mode. No one's using Spear of Solaris. It's a little odd because it's a fire skill that relies on getting stuns to build now since they changed it to Valor. I don't feel like it could have just been on the cooldown, but they gave it the Hammer of the Gods treatment in that they want it to be something you build up and not just drop at the start of the boss fight, which I get that. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it shouldn't have been based on stuns alone? Maybe something else? Kind of a bit weird, because like an elemental build is the one that wants to use it, and they're not necessarily going to be stunning that much. You can stun on elemental builds, but it's pretty meh. Doesn't really happen that much. Big 3-banger at the start. He is pretty good. Monsters hits are always crits. Oh yeah, let's go.
Itching for me to lose another limb, are ya?
Oh, exhibition logbooks at the end. It's a bit late. Let's go over here.
Light him up.
Very nice. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Why do you make me click these things again, GGG? We had already solved this problem. Double Chaos Orbs. Ooh.
Now we're talking.
Can't believe they're worth like 1 exalt each though. Maybe they're like 1.5 or something. You regret using melee instead of range? When I first started my first tier 1 map, I was like, oh god, what have I done? My gear was so bad, you know, I had like 20 all res. And it was a real struggle. But like, I got stronger noticeably every map. Like every map I got like, you know, an exalt or something. And then I bought an upgrade with my 1 exalt. Because I was broke as well when I got to maps. I'd spent all my money gambling. But I got better, I got stronger so much faster that I don't regret it now. Like if I start watching clear speed streamers on spears, you know, I could see how one might go, I have made a terrible mistake. Look how much faster I could be clearing, but that doesn't really bother me that much. Like the way I see it, if you look at any 2 different builds in Path of Exile in general, but especially in early access, you're just like, no, you just really shouldn't go into it expecting that, you know, things are necessarily going to perform the same. I try to evaluate things in a void somewhat in isolation. Oh no! Wait, hold on. It's the rare at the start of the map. Come on, checkpoint, save me. Save me, checkpoint. Oh, it's right between 2 checkpoints. Did a good job, Ziggy. The build's feeling real nice. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it now. It's come together a lot. The progression has been very nice. And I think there's the long-term potential there as well. Like I think it'll never reach those clear speed heights. But I think it will be able to do difficult content. And it excels at bosses, which is my favorite anyway, so I'm happy. Like other classes have identity here. I mean, you can play a bow warrior here too. There's nothing to stop you from playing a bow warrior. In fact, it can be in some ways a bit easier. Interesting, because I never even looked at what unique I got from the thing. Because you can have a weapon swap set up and completely different passage trees to help you like mix things together. But that's an identity of in itself. You know, a warrior with a mace and a bow is like got a story to tell for sure, right? I'd be curious what their story is. Tell me their D&D backstory. Those gloves look alright. This is got spirit, but the other stats are pretty garbo. No socket really hurts on corrupted gear. They mentioned they might change that though. You have regal potential. Bushwhack! Ah, it's the pinning ones we were talking about earlier. See, look, they corrupted with an extra socket. From 0 to 1. That one's a little scuffed. It's a little scuffed. That's a max roll bushwhack though. Looks like that is maybe worth a little bit. Thankfully that socket at least makes it sellable. Alrighty, I gotta take a quick 3-minute break. I'll be back in a moment, folks. Let me see, these gloves missing a socket really hurts. But the affixes are pretty good. Try without the base. I'm a little skeptical of that. The rolls are a bit high. But it's going up. For a little smidge of currency. And same with you. You can go in the 5C tab. Nice! A little bit of money. I mean, if I get like 20C from that strongbox, that's kind of a win. Alright, I'll see you in a moment. Regal, go! Hello folks, welcome back. Alright. Let's dump these things. I'm fixing to remove runes from my filter very soon maybe. I do need to actually. Because there's an economic update anyway, so. Let's load that sucker up. Maybe even move to very strict, I think. Very strict hides waystones tier 1 to 6. That should be fine. Dark mode. Yep. Customize. Socketables. Lesser runes. Just keep. Lesser irons only. Get rid of lesser storm. And to be honest, like, maybe some of these could probably go to vision, inspiration, stone. Mind. I'm just gonna keep like iron and body. Yep. There we go. And then just give me the other ones. Plenty of runes. I'll just buy them if I need them. That looks pretty good. Hide armor classes, weapon types. Other endgame items. Fasten charms, yada yada. Campaign, misc. Where is weapon bases? Endgame rares and crafting. Weapons and armors. I'm not actually sure how to do this one. Normal plus magic, rank A, crafting materials. Where are the spears? Where do you edit this? Like in here, I guess. Isn't vision good since every Amazon's putting it in weapons? Oh yeah, the accuracy for the spear. I hadn't even considered that. 110 accuracy is 25-ish. A little bit more than 25 flat fears, but it doesn't add to the weapon. Yeah, it's kind of, you have to ask path of building, I guess, whether that's better or not. Might actually be better, eh? True. I guess I can add that back. Just the normal one. Not the lessers. Runes, where are you? Socketables. Vision rune. It's already in the hidden tier. Do you want to move it back to this tier instead? Ah, does it go there automatically, does it? Yeah, I'll be right, I can buy it. It's not like they're really worth anything. Let me have a look. We'll just use the old-fashioned metric of in-game tooltip DPS, which should work okay. I'll use my top-end bleed. 1322. Wait, hold on, it's moving. Stop moving, companion. Slightly better. It's barely an upgrade, but it is an upgrade. All right, good job. Oh, okay, I overrode that filter. That's fine. Good call. I missed that little detail. It would potentially depend on your weapon a little bit. If you had very high flat physical roll and a lower percentage fizz, it like this is the opposite of what you want. But yeah, it would actually be probably a bit worse. I imagine, so it's not always going to be better. I would double check. It would be smart to double check. You rolled badly. Get out of here. Do I have any regals? Oh, I got lots of regals now. Oh yeah. Double extra projectiles. That's a travel map. Okay. Let's do the extra projectile one here. Good morning, Duff. How you doing, mate? 9 AM here. How's the build going? What's the main scaling item notable? Let me just tell you all the things. It is, what's the main scaling? I guess bleed would be the main scaling, or maybe crit. I guess you'd say crit, maybe? Accuracy? I don't know. Not exactly one thing. There's a lot of interconnected moving parts in Path of Exile 2 builds. Especially Amazon, or Spear builds. Pretty nuanced. But yeah, we scale bleed on Rake. We aggravate the bleed. We do a lot of hit damage, especially on larger targets with Spearfield. We use Knockback to knock them into other spears in the Spearfield. Out of the Drowning Orb. Okay. Whoa! Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Oh yeah, those extra projectiles. Oh, good heavens. Hey you. Anything else up here? Looks fine. Very good benefit lumberjacks. I don't remember a William Garcia. I do remember the nipple licking, but I don't remember the William Garcia though. So I think you're thinking of another Ziggy. Don't think that was you, sorry. Wishful thinking, I reckon. Get him, get him. I thought so, the tree does not really made me click. I was looking over in part of the building. Sure, if there's anything specific you're not understanding how it works, let me know. Happy to explain it. Woo. It maybe represents a deficit in my notes that I can improve, you know, if it's not well enough explained in the planner. Then that's something I would probably want to change. Alright, got a lot of energy shield there. There you go. What's the sentence to come back to? I cut through the middle of the map, which I'm not a big fan of. Maybe I can cut back through the middle of the map again. Does this connect? Yes, let's do that. Crafting. Whee! 5 quality strongbox. Let's go. Do you know how the momentum support skill works for spears, like spear throw? Don't you have to travel? I believe you have to travel, so I'm pretty sure it does nothing for spear throw. Yeah, I think that only works with skills that have a movement in them. But, it's unfortunate that some supports can link to things that don't really actually help them very much. This is some very scuffed clearing route on this map. Hopefully I can luck into finding all the rares. Any up there? You move while throwing, imagine, but you just super slow for it to kick in. Like, maybe if you're holding down throw whilst WASD moving, and that, like, the steps during your throw animation might count, but it would be not much of a multiplier. So it's probably pretty bad. That's my understanding, at least. I could be wrong. Monsters are immune to cold damage, and they drop logbooks. Wishful thinking. Life cannot be leached. We might want to skip that one. That one's a bit iffy. Void damage from hits is toxic, but we'll do it anyway.
Let's see what shakes loose.
My god, so good. Woo! Got the lighting, boys. Out of you. Oh yeah. Oh baby. Okay, this one's paying out. Hey, this guy's paying out. Nice. And we can see the rares now. Good. And they're all over the place. There's one in every corner of the map. That's all. The drop in currency, eh? That was literally the start of the map. What the hell? Must have just gone past it. Like, they keep saying they don't need to make the rares more visible. I disagree. At least them being on the map will help. Like, that guy doesn't look like a rare, right? Looks just like a normal monster to me. Except when he actually, like, casts one of his abilities. It's pretty easy to run past him. It's a shame the Die Task 4 pushback is being nerfed. And the roly-polies too, yeah, they are nerfing it. Sad. It's gonna get pushed enemy to put for the momentum support. Just have one of the Die Task balls push you across the map. It's like, I traveled 800 meters while throwing this spear. That's 1 billion damage for you, sir. Unfortunately, I think it has a cap. Anyway. Anti-fun measure. Alright. I really could do with some more of those checkpoints, GGG. Come on, give me some more checkpoints, please. I would like a skill button that allows me to summon a checkpoint. Sacrifice 50% of your life to summon a checkpoint, which then restores your life. Is bleed a hazard ailment? Hazard is not an ailment thing. Hazard is a thing that's left on the ground that enemies can walk into and take damage. So, Spearfields, caltrops, and probably the ice walls from Frostwall, I imagine. I don't know if there's many other hazards. I guess that's all I can think of. Sure, there's a lot of hazards here. Speaking of hazards. Very good. Boop, boop. Come out here. Don't you! Oh, you little shit crab. Yeah. You little shit crab. The next ice shards are also hazards? Oh yeah, from the one where you shoot the ground. True. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, you have one as a pet? I do have a Night Explorer as a pet, but I'm pretty sure they can't push you. Unfortunately. All the currency. What's next on the agenda, huh? Oh, tower. It's got no modifiers, though. Well, we could make it spicier then, huh? Why don't we make it a bit spicier? Quantity, rarity, pack size, elemental resist, monsters crit, and something else. Too many lines of text. That is... how many mods? That is not all the mods. Right. It's costing all my currency. Ailment thresholds. Sun thresholds. That's not a problem for me. Not really. No boss. So sad. Single portal. So intimidating when only one portal opens up. It's like, don't fuck up. Don't mess this up, Ziggy. You'll have to run a... I guess just run the tower again. Pretty sure you can. Yes, why don't you just try and walk through that little gap, huh? Good luck. Yeah, just the more you push, the quicker you'll get in. That's what I used to yell when we were getting on the bus at school. Which was met with fervent pushing. Very funny. Oh, I was letting push enemies through my Spearfield. That would actually work, yeah. There's an advantage to having the knockback minion there. I probably should keep searching for these. My guy only has two affixes. They just so happen to be like two of the best, so I'm pretty happy that you probably get a third one in there of some description. I kind of like that it doesn't do a bunch of spammy visual effects though. I can't really tolerate that. I have low tolerance for that. Ziggy was bus captain too. And the driver. What's a bus captain? Sounds made up. Did it. Will you get fast haste beast before they're cold with the patch? Oh, I didn't even think about that. I have one. Hey, oh, right. It's only fast ones. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you probably don't need a super fast one. The fast ones are probably tend to be a bit squishier. But I guess like one of these with haste or something would probably be fast enough. That's a good point though. Smart thinking. Getting removed there. Yoink. Oh, hi there. You dead? I'll take that as a yes. Too many shrines. Our shrine investment is doing something, I guess. Yo, let's go. Whoop, whoop. Alright, no boss on this map, sad. Just gather my shrines to leave the map. Me. I want to go see more enemies. Dang, I got an extra map. Worth it. Here I come. It's chaos. About the staggering wounds past level 80. What do you distill next? You mean the knockback node? I originally had that, but I ended up instilling that because I think it's a bit point inefficient for what you get. So I'd probably not part for that. Unless I find like an instill that I just think is too good to pass up that I'll want to get instead. So maybe. Who's the cat? I haven't really given them a name. Maybe I can just call them Taki. Our boss captain got to... it scrolled, so all I could read was, our boss captain got to smash. Oh, interesting. Smash the emergency windows during crashes. Yeah, I mean, on paper that they get that on, but you know it's just going to be the first kid that's like, yeah, I'm going to smash the window. Smash. I've been looking at aggravation or deep wounds as instill targets. Not sure. Are they the ones over here? Attack hits aggravate bleeds, which is more than 4 seconds. Bad. Without getting the nodes around it. That one's bad. Don't get that. Chance to aggravate bleeding on targets hit with attacks. This one's easy. Spearfield would work, make that work pretty well. So if you got that, in theory, you could drop this area here. So you'd maybe end up dropping like all of this and going somewhere else. But it's not really that these aren't really particularly bad, so... But that is an option. You could totally instill that one. I think it was a little bit more expensive. There's like a silver in there or whatever. I need some of these goobers. Do I have any boss ones? Boss. Breach. Expedition. Radiation. Mm-hmm. Who do I want to do first? Yeah, let's throw some 18 breaches. Ooh. Let's see what we got here, eh? Juicer. Quantity of breach splinters, quantity maps, gold and chance to have essences, experience gain, and rarity of map boss stuff. Bam. Ta-da! Now, we didn't reveal any corrupted area, but we revealed something else. Feral megaliths. I just keep finding feral megaliths. Only feral megaliths. Isn't that the boss one, though? I'm happy with that. I'd be happy to keep finding those. It would be a problem if this was the only connecting path, because you can't do them until you have a tier 11 map. So you just kind of get stuck, wouldn't you? What's this one? Another feral megalith! Okay, I'm just going to be able to go around chaining feral megaliths when I hit tier 11. Should be fun. Oh, Untainted Paradise as well. Yo. Well, that's where I'm going. Is this hardcore? Nah, not playing hardcore. Hardcore early access. Pretty brave. Pretty brave. Unhinged. In other words. Still streaming? Gotten any good drops? Yeah, I got a few good drops today. A few sellable items in the 10-ish exalt range. And some nice little currency drops. Nothing crazy though. How's your survival been overall? I'm pretty happy with survivability, yeah. I die to chaos occasionally just because my chaos res is bad. And because I'm not paying attention to the little purple orbs. I think of my maybe 4-ish deaths today, I'm pretty sure 3 of them have been those chaos volatiles. I just keep not seeing them. And then like occasionally I die to a slam, which is the weakness of block and evasion builds. Eventually, if you get good enough evasion gear, you could take the keystone, but slams are also just not that rare. Like they're just kind of rare outside of like bosses all the time. Oops, I forgot my curse. This boss is kind of hilarious on this build because he doesn't get much chance to do anything. And then we just go. Oh. We just harry him like this. Drop a curse on him as well. Oops. And then he's like already phased, right? he's like pre-phased. Fortunately, he has an immunity there. Hey, Emmy, how you doing? Hey, Doranax, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. You two on sub? Thank you, buddy. First time sub. Appreciate you. He insists on doing several attacks here, even though he's been phased for a long time. This is like, it's like a Zara from Battle of Exile 1. He's like, I insist on doing at least 10 attacks. Look, if you insta-phase me, I'm legally allowed to do 10 attacks before I leave, okay? Is he actually bugged? Hello, get your bell. The bell's right here, dude. Uh-oh. Come get your bell. Get your stupid bell. I do too much damage. He gets bugged if you do it too hard. No! And you can't portal out. I guess I like... If I log in and log back in, out and back in, it probably doesn't fix it either. Izzy, thanks for your videos. I took your build and made my own variation. That's what you should do. Being a ritualist and using Dance with Death, may I ask what your thoughts are about using blood tearing for this instill? I'll need to look at which one blood tearing is. He's tired of your games. Yeah, I bullied him last time and now he's not happy about it this time. You could need a party invite? Yeah, like how... I just have to die, I guess, right? Oh, can I like swirly to someone, can I? Well, that's annoying. Bell, map, boss, bugs and doesn't phase at 10%. HP. Gotta wait 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Die to him, it'll reset him? I guess I will. Boo. It clears the rest of the map content, but alright, I guess I'll try and kill him a little slower. Try not to insta-phase him. He won. Yeah, I got outplayed, what can I say? Alright, I'll just do it very gently, okay? Just so gentle. Look, I'll be so gentle. Look, just one Spearfield. Maybe just like a little tiny bleed. Not even a full distance one, just a little baby bleed. There you go. Alright, and you go. Go on, Daddy. You go, Carbo. You got this. You got this, buddy. Here, just one. Just one little bleed. Here, have a curse. There we go. Good boy. One Spearfield, is that okay? Can you handle that? Look. Doesn't this bell just look tantalizing? Oh, yeah. Imagine the big bong sound it'll make when you whack me with it. Go on, buddy. Just one little bell. There you go. Look, we'll get this done out of the way. I'll make it nice and gentle. Uh-huh. Now get the bell. Good boy. Good boy. Alright. No mercy now. Go on, get in there. Bye. Oh, excellent. Dad mode engaged. I'm dad moding this guy. Map completed. Let's get the hell out of here. Seems to me like PoE 2's MTX import is really slow. I've had like 3 to 4 available MTX at 120. I mean, they've been adding giant bundles of them. It is unlucky that you haven't gotten any yet. I also don't have many. They've got like the art team just working on it full time. Obviously they want them. They want them there. They want people to be able to buy all the MTXs, right, and have them work. So hopefully, hopefully you get some more of yours soon. It's not as if they're not doing it though. You're an okay little helmet. You look like you could warrant an Exalt Gamber. Mana? Meh. Wait. Hold still. It's a little weird. Let's try just crit. Just rarity. Now crit and rarity. 10 divine. Oh my god, I'm rich. There's no chance. Look. 9 exalts. That's how confident I am. In its sellability. +3 is fire. Not much else. Next map, please. I believe is... Oh, Untainted Paradise. Ooh, yeah. Show me... Go on, Alk. Magic pack size, monster damage. Amount of red chest. Pack size, pack size, pack size. Yeah, that'll do. Add-on is that? That is Exiled Exchange to the upgraded version, or the new version of Awakened Exile? Awakened Trade? Awakened Path of Exile Trade? Something like that.
Bleed out.
It's a very handy little add-on slash tool to make price checking infinitely more convenient. This is Untainted Valley. Is that what it's called? Untainted Paradise, that's the one. The monsters don't drop any loot in here, but they just give a lot more XP. So this one has 370% increased experience gain. Do-do-do-do. You're a pretty thick devourer, mate. Refunding the Crowbell XP loss. That XP loss hurts, man. That smarts. That was minus XP to a bug. I demand it back. I was only gonna waste it anyway. Whoa, barrage. Whoa, more barrage. I don't see all the rares on your map. That's coming tomorrow, that patch. Demand it next at Q&A. I'll have you know, Jonathan. You owe me 10% XP, bro. Level 79 XP too at that. Don't give me no 10 XP at level 10 or something. How is Spearfield against a mobile target such as bosses? It is insanely good if they're large. And if they're not large, they can probably be knocked back, and then it's also insanely good. So it's just insanely good. Small bosses tend to move around a lot, or they can be knocked back. Larger bosses tend to be massive, and it's really, really, really good against them. So Spearfield's very good for bossing. Very, very good. I think I missed some area down here. Stunning, don't forget, contributes to the survivability. Certainly does. I understand how you're so tanky. My lich gets obliterated. I'm getting close to 2,500 life, which is a pretty good amount to aim for. So I'd like to try and push up a little bit on that, just to help with surviving some of the slams. Then for everything else, evasion, block, and blind do a very good job. I also stun and maim things a lot, so enemies are often stunned or moving very slowly. I also have knockback, so like a lot of enemies that like charging me, like a group of rowers try to charge me, and they actually just can't get to me, right? I can't really show you with these guys because they're devourers. But if there's a group of rowers, I'll try and show you. Then high mobility is really big. That's obviously one of the best defensive layers in the game. Like, that takes a little bit of you kind of making sure that you're moving in not in straight lines, you know? Like, I'm engaging a lot of barraging projectiles now, so I'm going in a circle, you know? Trying not to go directly away from them. You've got, like, duck in, duck out like that for melee things. You gotta pick it based on the enemies, though. What else? Oh, yeah, leech is big. Like, big part of survivability is actually how you recover your life, right? Because you're taking lots of chip damage and stuff like that, or even big chunks, but if you heal up before the next one, then, yeah, not a problem. On a Fizz build, leech is just amazing. That's like... it's only really available to Fizz builds for the most part, except for Amazon's new node. That's pretty good. For LE builds, definitely consider that one. I'd take that as my third node, I would. If being able to enable life leech on your elemental build, amazing. I haven't had any rowers charging me. It's funny when the roly-polies try and roll through your Spearfield and they just like roll in place. No, the rowers are just here. See how it goes. It literally can't get out of the Spearfield, right? The main plus the knockback just means they just get stuck there. Here we go. It's just like a grinder. It reminds me of 7 Days to Die with all the like the spike field you put everywhere. Just watching the zombies just go into the spikes. Does Beast do anything important? It gives me damage. It's shocking enemies on hit and giving me about, it's like a 10% fizz aura or something. Can't tell if it's flat damage or scaling, but it gives a bit of extra fizz damage. So it's a DPS aura bot, basically. It also, like, distracts enemies a bit, but that's not really a big deal in maps. This one feels bigger than the last one, don't you? That's why Alexander used spears so much in his armies. Exactly, it does keep the charging rowers away. That's that one, but then like no checkpoints, so oh my god, all the way back. Off I go to bully the wheelie skeletons. Yes, those what? Those ancient historical classical period wheelie skeletons. It's, do you know that they do you know that like they were based on Berserk? It's true. They had the Berserk manga all the way back then. True story. Is there a rundown on bleed and what I need to know and all that? Yeah, my build planner has pretty good notes and explanations, I think, so you can check that out for the leveling and the endgame versions. And definitely feel free to ask me any questions you have. It does help to have some understanding of like how bleed scales, which I haven't included in the notes. Maybe I should. Basically anything that like scales up your hit damage works. The only thing that doesn't work is armor. But things like increased damage taken and shock do work for the bleed after the fact. Riverside. What's this one? Pack size. Was this the map I was supposed to put in there? I feel like it was. Oh well. What happened to T's mount? The row is in the game, yeah. You can only use it with spear throw abilities or bow abilities. It doesn't work. I'm playing a melee build, so it doesn't work for me. I would have to dismount to fight. I've seen it get used on some of the clear speed peeps, which is what I anticipated. The lightning spears. The magnitude of ailments double dip with shocked and bleed. There's no sort of double dipping there. It just, that magnitude of ailments is part of the initial bleed calculation. And then shock and bleed scales that damage at the end. So let's say you do with all of your increases to melee damage, physical damage, spear damage, etc., and your bleed magnitude, well, let's break it down even more. So I'm pretty sure it does all of that damage. Let's say that's 100 points of fizz damage. Then you've got like, let's say you've got 100% bleed magnitude, so you'll get 200 points of bleed damage. But bleed is also 25% per second, so you'll do 50 bleed per second. And then armor is ignored. But after that, shock and increased physical damage taken. So let's say you've got 20 stacks of insight, or 10 stacks of insides and 20% shock. So that's another 40% increased damage taken. Pretty sure those are additive. So you take your 50 and then times 1.4. And you've got, quick math, 70 bleed damage per second. 5 seconds. Technically, there's another multiplier in there at the end if you have faster ailment. Like, ailments deal damage faster. I think that happens at the end too. There's no like double dipping shenanigans anywhere though. GGG learned the lesson about that. Magnitude scales the damage you get from shock, and it scales the damage your bleed does. So shock doesn't apply to your hit damage for the purpose of bleed. That's the thing you might be confused about. It applies to your hit damage normally, but not to the calculation for the bleed, because it is a post-mitigation effect. If you read the in-game bleed tooltip, it explains it. But yeah, shock and increased fizz damage taken, they're both post-mitigation effects. They come after armor. So there's no double dipping there. Yeah, so a shock affects your hit damage and your bleed, but it doesn't like double dip. Basically, they'd be like, how do we make it not double dip? Well, we'll put a line of code in that says this does not double dip, effectively. They're pretty clever like that. Owl talisman. Ooh. New socket balls are pretty nice. I like the rage on hit gloves and stuff. Pretty cool. Having more options there is cool. Alchemy orb. I'm rich. Oh, dead end. No. No, my breach. No, breach. Nice. They drop nothing! There's not even one splinter per map. Tragic. So I'm going straight to the boss. Screw this. Not even picking up that rare item. The quadrillas trying to do their leap slam, and I was talking about it earlier, so like leap slams still get hit by everything even though you're flying through the air. The same applies to enemies though, so Spearfield really takes advantage of that. You got like quadrillas trying to leap slam on you, but they just get impaled by every spear on the way, and they get knocked back in the air and they just land in front of you like without being able to hit. Oh, not this guy though. Not this guy. This guy's scary. But we can parry him though. For the giga damage bleeds. But we do have to dodge that. Oh. Woo! Good jewel. Good jewel, buddy. The Thorny Turtle build goes so hard, we'll bring a Thorn build. As All Bethel was doing some of that too. Nice. Bit low on the rolls there.
I'll be here, waiting.
Tier 8. For later. Wait, that's gonna be my next corrupted Nexus map, maybe. Another tower there. Unique map there. I'm kind of looping backwards. We're far enough away. That should be fine. This tower looks like the next one to go to. It's a little faster to go this way, but I do like boss maps. Big fan. 50% monster life. Thank you. Gosh, is there an interview? I did, yeah. Thoughts? I was definitely a bit uncomfortable at times, wasn't it? But it, although started pretty rough, I think ended really well with people being people being, I think a lot of people walking away kind of feeling a bit more hopeful. And there were some great answers and insights in there too. And I probably have much more in-depth and complicated thoughts on that, but I'm currently assembling notes to maybe make a video talking about it all. I want to like take a big picture look at the various problems the game has had, and what GG have done to fix them, so we can get a little bit of a zoomed out game review maybe. But it was probably the interview that needed to happen. And I think positive has come of it. Hope Jonathan's feeling alright about it all. He's a good guy and is super passionate about the game. He has a clear vision, and it you know, it conflicts with other people's vision for his game, but I appreciate that he does have a strong vision. That's what you want in leadership, even if I don't agree with all the parts of his vision. Give me that. Yeah. Don't do go. The Bone Colossus. Oh, this one's a very funny one. This one can one-shot himself in my Spearfields if he tries to slam them. It's pretty hilarious. You know if Chris Wilson's gone from DGG? Yeah, I mean, New Zealand company information is public, so it's public record that he is not on the board of directors anymore. And I think he was asked about it in one of the various interviews, and said that he's like basically retired to a private life. Fair enough. Hope he enjoys himself. He spent a lot of time in the public getting the same sort of things that Jonathan's gotten recently, which is not always constructive criticism, let's just say. Currently a bug where the Crimson Shore map does not drop any items. It's a big rock similar to Sekima's boss. Might be good to warn people asking how many people know about it. Oh, I wonder if that was the map that Crip... I saw a clip that Crip was saying that he got like no loot from that. I wonder if it was that. I also wonder if Crip's map was actually just a one of the cleansed ones. Oh no, wrong boss. I was thinking of the big skeleton in the hole. I mean, this guy can die pretty quickly too, but... we want to pace ourselves a bit so we get both of them. Just bully. Bully! Where are you, little guy? Where'd you go? Nice. Eee. Loot bog. There is a breach, but meh. Good one, Van Slam.
Go on.
Thanks for the PSA, huh? Appreciate ya. Burial bog. That's the section of those HBs that are squared out. That's part of Amazon's ascendancy. There's a weak points where I deal bonus damage. Ideally, I score a big bleed in those sections. Because it's I end up doing a lot more damage. And you can also, if you can proc like a blood hunt in and that's towards the end of the health bar too. Grudge slash Vilethorn. What is this? Guess I'll see when I get there. Huh? What's going on over there? Seeing big dramatic flashes. You hold down the entire parry the entire time? No, definitely not. I parry only very specifically against certain enemies and mostly just bosses. in theory, I would parry against like charging enemies occasionally, but Spearfield stops them from getting to me, so that's not a problem. I love parry, but you don't need to use it just like all the time. And holding it down as you walk around is just going to slow you down massively. Far better off just moving, right? Just disengaging, going to a new spot. Whoa! Any chance you have something similar like your Starfield series in the future? I really enjoyed it. Oh, thanks, mate. So that kind of like story-driven indie game playthrough is something I want to do more of. I really like it, especially having like clear goals and stuff. I did a run on Mountain Blade Bannerlord that I really liked, like that too. That one didn't go very far ultimately because, you know, Starfield. But that sort of content I really like doing. So I'll be slotting in something like that. Maybe we'll see how the schedules for like Path of Exile games settle in. But my hope long term, that's like content I really want to do. So yeah, I'm really glad that you like that sort of thing, mate. That's awesome. I plan on doing more of that. And you know, maybe for the new Vikings expansion for Bannerlords, I'll do some sort of story-based playthrough like that. Are you enjoying Huntress Endgame so far? I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. It is fun. It's very fun and strong with my favorite part, which is bossing. I love the bossing. Watch it all in bed, treat it as a TV show. That's the idea, you know, a story that you can follow along with. I'm glad, mate. I put a bit of myself into those sorts of content, right? So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Dun dun do do do. Monsters are armored, experience gain, players curse with elemental weakness. That one's slightly concerning. Is there a boss on the tower this time? Yeah, there's a boss on the tower. Happy days. Original remold playthrough was pure cinema. I mean, my favorite was the one for the recent expansion. Although the Darby playthrough definitely stands out in my mind. And also, I did really like that like mobile one, but it was like really effortful. It was really, really hard to do. There was the caravanning playthrough that I did, which we didn't end up finishing. The Darby had like a decent kind of story arc and conclusion. And obviously the one for the horror expansion, which I'm forgetting the name of for whatever reason, had like an actual conclusion. First time I've ever actually beat the game. That was very cool. I like that a lot. I don't remember my original remold playthrough. I could not. I vaguely remember settling on a river and like my people were eating each other because I didn't know how to manage food properly. Which is probably most people's remold playthrough. It might have been one of my first remote playthroughs. Woo! Purples. Still haven't found even like a greater job, let alone a perfect. Horror expansion, you mean ideology? That's very funny. Well done. I like that. That's a funny name. What was it actually called? Oh. Has been my first Dwarf Fortress playthrough. Everyone's starved because I couldn't figure out how to get farms to work. Yes. Anomaly, thanks. That's the one. Anomaly. Yeah, Anomaly was great. Was it Colt? What did I do for Anomaly? What were they called? Like Colt McCarnos? I had a Colt McCarnos playthrough. I don't know if that was Anomaly though. Maybe. Maybe that was. Anyone in chat? Not a single person. You've discovered you're the star of the Truman Show. I love the River World meme. Yes, the River World. Right. Like royalty, ideology. Oh my god, he's gonna spell out Rimworld, and then the B comes out. And it's like biotech. It's like, oh my god, Ribworld. And it's just kept going from there. Ribworld. I look forward to seeing what the next one is. There are multiple good and fun spear builds. Bleed, Lightning Spear, Stormlance, Explosive Spear. I think like Rapid Assault, Explosive Spear or something's gonna be really good. It's getting buffed and I think it's already potentially pretty solid. I think Twister builds are good. Like honestly, it's easier to find skills that are, it's like harder to find skills that aren't good than like skills and builds that aren't. I don't think like this idea that Huntress was bad was I think just conflated with the fact that the campaign was like really hard and Huntress is weapon based and combo based and the game was hard, so I think it was like people mistakenly think that Huntress was awful. I totally understand people being like, well, I don't like the design of these things. I'm like, okay, sure, fair. I do. He's good. Do you do more spear builds? Pretty tempting, honestly. I love spears. And I love Huntress overall. The execution of the spears in Huntress here, I'm a big fan of. There's stuff I want to do. I want to do a... I kind of want to do a... What is it? Elemental explode thing. What's it called? There's a skill you punch the ground and it does a pulse that blows up all the elements. I messed around a little bit with the burning hat on it. And I was like, this has potential. Do 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 do. I see you there. Bully, 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 bully. Dead end. I'm playing Spear on an Invoker, almost level 90 now. Sick! What are you, doing? Some elemental skills, obviously, but... Tested out with the 33% elemental gloves. They explode, was really slow to show up, but it looks like they're gonna patch it. They're doing a patch where so it doesn't cleanse the freeze until after they blow up, so... That helps if you're freezing. I don't think it helps if you're just doing, like, say, Shock and Ignite, which are really easy to apply. You can use Radiant Grief Helmet to automatically ignite things. The other thing is there's like a cooldown before ground effects or Radiant Grief reapply their thing, which is longer than it takes to attack. So you kind of need to like alternate the skill with something else maybe. I was thinking Glacial Lance. Glacial Lance to freeze everything while automatically applying Shock Ground and burning via Radiant Grief. And then, yeah, Glacial Lance freeze build. Glacial Lance feels really smooth, like running around just launching it into things. I know another bleed probably isn't in the cards, but would love a Bolter Space Marine crossbow bleed build. I would also like to do that. So I'd be on board for that one potentially. Alright, we're gonna wanna at least regal that. Extra cold, armored monsters. Should be right, Moit. Show me the bluff, boss. Whee! Before I go make some dins. I don't have a video guide for the endgame of this yet. I have some videos that are about the leveling, but the planners are up to date for both. I've been putting a lot of work into the planners to make them as good as possible. I'm probably not going to do a full written guide because Garatha's making a bleed guide anyway. I do have some differences and I do have some things that I think I like more in mine than his. But that's kind of more budget-centric stuff. I'm doing content review on his guide anyway, so that'll probably be up soon. He's got like big budget endgame juicer action, and is using Stomping Ground more. But I know he's been pivoting more into spears. We've been collabing on that, how we can make the spears OP. We both kind of ended up arriving at some of the same conclusions. Like he just sent me a message like an hour ago saying like, I think I'm going to include knockback on my spears. And I'm like, yep, it's pretty good. I recommend. Oh, Hesperia. A wreck of a Hesperia. Is it what I'm going to make her? Let's go, go, go. Where are you? Bleed. Bleed! I love the Rogue Exiles. They die a little bit faster in Endgame. I don't know if that's just me. Are you guys getting more of a PvP engagement out of them? I had a couple in the campaign, but most of them are going down pretty quick. Kind of surprised they nerfed the health on them. $4k HP. Yeah. Got Path of Exile 1 levels of HP here. Boom. They die decently fast, but that's usually when they have crap gear too. Yeah, that's true. Or maybe I'll run into a Kelm's Heart one later. Maybe get myself a real PvP battle. I imagine a high level map so start to juice a bit more. I mean, I like the idea that they don't have like boss levels of HP, but I probably need a chance to use it, an ability or two. Hey, Nick Siren, thanks for the 33-month sub, mate. I bought Raven's Watch a couple weeks ago after it was a new try. Holy heck, it's so fun. Romeo and Juliet also comes out as heroes later this month. You will love voiced lore stories as you rank up heroes. One of them gorgeous song. Highly recommend you play more. Thanks, mate. Which one was Raven's Watch? I remember the name, but I can't remember what game it was. Back to new games though. Oh, the rare was like right there. That's actually bad because they don't really get any loot bonus. Literally nothing. They have to travel through. They have to travel through things in order to. Whoops, in order to get a loot bonus. Top-down roguelike, grim and dark. Oh yeah. I did really want to play more of that actually, because I was really impressed with that. I thought that was a super fun game. It was like super interesting and entertaining. I did like a run or two off stream after the fact, but I kind of haven't forgot about it since then. Yeah, remind me to play that game again. I want to sometime. I don't know when I. Oh no! Ouch! Volatiles. It's always the volatiles. It's always the bloody volatiles. Get out of here. Let me go. I've got 3 minutes before Twitch cuts me off. Rogue Exiles were rage-inducing, trying to land a perfect strike on. They do move around a lot, don't they? Ow. Oh, baby. See ya. Woo! No! No way! Oh my god. That's a very valuable item. And also I was like, I could use this in my build, but I was like, I can't really afford it. Like today is a new one. Oh, it's a bit cheaper now. It was a bit more expensive. Or it might have just been when I looked at it, I was broke, so. Like today. It's pretty good. How much damage does it give me? I'm curious. So this doubles your accuracy, effectively. Well, not effectively, literally. So I have 68% bonus crit from 34 estimated hit chance. With this, I'm at 142 for 84 bonus crit chance. Now, I don't actually know if that's flat. I don't know what's going on with this crit, what it means, how it works. I don't know. That should be like 100% crit chance, you would think. But then the node says this thing where it says 25% of excess hit to chance hit, which is definitely not happening. At least it's not listed there in the tooltip. Some people suggested that maybe it's the tooltip is wrong in there and it actually is giving you 25%. I don't know. In theory, that's 100% crit chance though. Pretty good drop. Imagine that finding your own item to fix my resist, but could use Lycosa today. I'll miss my parry though. Shield block. Ew. Ew. But it's also got a creepy spider on it, which is cool. Giga damage. Could use it for boss damage, I suppose. Not that I need that currently. What a drop! You can get loot in this game. Did you know that? I didn't. Sakisha, thanks very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Counting your weapon crit and increases altogether. Yeah. As far as I can tell, it should be, it adds together and gets, well, they get increased separately, but they get increased and then they add together, in theory. But if it's displaying correctly and working properly, hard to say. I guess now that I have 100% with that, I could probably just do some poke tests to see if I crit on every hit. Just take like spear stab. Which one is this? This one? And like, I go to a zone and just poke some enemies. Not sure exactly. Watched your video on the third ascendancy. Chat neglected to tell me defeating the second floor boss within 10 seconds of each other avoids the second phase. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's actually shocking how much of a difference that fight is. If you kind of like know or don't know that. Yep. That whole second phase is quite a cluster. Thanks for the sub, mate. I appreciate that. How can you actually tell if you're critting? There's not really much of a crit effect. Like, is there a difference in the visual or sound for crit? I can't really tell. Shrug. Get a crust on crit gem? Oh, like build up energy or something? Alright, I'll have to test this later though. I gotta head off. It's time for me to go get some dins. It's been a pleasure, folks. Thanks very much for hanging out. Very fun day of mapping today. I look forward to progressing on the endgame map action tomorrow. Also be playing some Magic the Gathering Commander of the evening, a bit later in the evening. What else? We should be able to push to tier 11 and start doing those unique maps tomorrow as well. I've got like, I don't know, 8 of them now. So that should be fun. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, folks. All right, I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Thanks for hanging out. Ugh. There should be a sound difference. Usually there is, right? The price checker is Exiled Exchange 2. Oh boy, time to go wreck some dids. Have a rest. Question is, do the spears in the ground count as individual melee attack or just one attack? For what? To what end? I mean, they're one attack, but they're all individual hits. Add Ravenwash to the list to play. It's a good game. Will do. Alright, let me go. Some, boss fight music. Oh, you know what we need? Ogham. Where's Ogham? The Count. There he is. Crank it. Yeah.